Chapter 3153. This Su Zimo, just how big of a figure did he offend? Immortal King Zi Xian wailed in his heart. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but had never seen more than 5 emperor experts. He had never seen such a scene, where more than 100 emperor experts appeared all of a sudden. Moreover, the 50 that appeared later obviously had a greater background. Even a figure like the Lord of the Light Sector had to bow and salute in front of this group of people. In fact, this was indeed the case. When the green-robed man appeared and asked a question, everyone in the main hall was silent like cicadas in winter. The imposing manner of Emperor Kun of North Kun and the Frost Dragon Emperor were completely suppressed. Although they had never seen the green-robed man before, they had already guessed the origin of this group of emperor experts. Emperor Kun of North Kun and Emperor Nan Ping exchanged a glance, secretly shaking their heads. Heaven Wasteland Domain was finished. They thought that the worst possibility was that the Celestial Tribute Domain and the Light Sector would find trouble with Heaven Wasteland Domain. Unexpectedly, the actual situation was more serious than they had imagined. The Colossus behind the Celestial Tribute Domain had directly sent people over. Moreover, to deal with a small Heaven Wasteland Domain, they had directly sent out 50 Emperor experts. It was impossible to save Heaven Wasteland Domain. Now they only had one thought, and that was to escape unscathed as much as possible. After the green-robed man came to the main seat in the main hall of Heaven Wasteland Domain and sat down, he saw that the Lord of the Light Sector and the others were still standing and bowing. He smiled and said, "Everyone, sit down, no need to be reserved." "Thank you, Lord." After the Lord of the Light Sector and the others thanked him, they carefully sat down. At this time, Su Zimo, who was standing in the middle of the main hall, became unusually conspicuous. Emperor Kun of North Kun, the Frost Dragon Emperor and the others could not help but glance at Su Zimo, slightly taken aback. In such a situation, the Heaven Wasteland Domain Lord looked incomparably calm, and his expression was as usual, without panic, surprise, or fear. Even they, as bystanders, were under tremendous pressure and uneasy. No one could imagine what kind of pressure Su Zimo, who was in the center of the storm, was under. Under such circumstances, no matter if Su Zimo was terrified, trembling, or even weeping and begging for mercy, they would not be surprised, and they could understand. The only thing they didn't expect was that Su Zimo would be like this. It was too peaceful. It was so calm that it was incomprehensible. However, the green-robed man did not look at Su Zimo at all. To him, the so-called Heaven Wasteland Domain Lord, a peerless immortal king, was not worthy of his attention. Dong dong. The green-robed man stretched out his finger and tapped the table lightly, causing everyone's hearts to tremble, and they immediately became nervous. "Let me introduce myself." The azure-robed man said, "I'm from the Heavenly Court. I'm sure some of you have some understanding of the Heavenly Court. To put it simply, the Heaven Realm is acting on the orders of the Heavenly Court." Monarch North Kun, Frost Dragon Empress, and the others had already guessed who these people were, so they weren't surprised. It was the first time the Master of the Flower Realm and Immortal Emperor Zi Xian had heard about it. Even the Reverence World had to obey the orders of the Heavenly Court. The azure-robed man continued, "I'm from the Heaven Realm of the Heavenly Court, and I'm the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador." There was silence in the main hall. "Oh, you probably haven't heard of the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador." The azure-robed man continued, "To put it simply, only the strongest person under the Heaven Realm, other than the Heaven Realm Emperor, is qualified to be an Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador." The strongest person under the Heaven Realm Emperor. The Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador said, "Every time before the demons wreak havoc, the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors will head to the 3,000 domains to patrol and have a chat with the current realm lords." Everyone, don't be nervous and don't be afraid. The Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador looked at Monarch North Kun, Monarch South Rock, and the others and chuckled. "Since we've met here, it saves me the trouble of visiting. I'll also ask you a question." The hearts of Monarch North Kun and the others trembled. The Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador spoke softly and with a gentle attitude, but Monarch North Kun, Monarch South Rock, and the others knew that if they answered incorrectly, the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador would turn hostile and kill them. The Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's tone gradually lowered as he said slowly, with the demons wreaking havoc in the world, do the Kuan Peng world, Dragon world, Blood Ape world, and Flower world plan to side with the demons and rebel against their superiors, or do you plan to be ordered by the Heavenly Court to slay the demons and quell the chaos? The expressions of Monarch North Kuan, Flower world, and the others changed slightly. It was obvious that he wanted them to declare their stance. Monarch North Kuan said, the Kuan Peng world will definitely stand on the Heavenly Court's side. The Flower world's lord also quickly said, it's our duty to slay the demons. Very good, very obedient. The Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador clapped and smiled. His gaze turned to the Elder Ape and Frost Dragon Empress. The Elder Ape clenched his fists and remained silent. The Frost Dragon Empress fell silent for a moment before forcing a smile. Reporting to the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, the Dragon world has just experienced a calamity. Our clansmen have suffered heavy casualties and less than a tenth of them are still alive. We are truly unable to participate in the war against the demons. At my age, I still have some strength and can be ordered by the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. The Frost Dragon Empress words were in fact prepared to sacrifice herself to protect the bloodline of the dragons and not let the dragons be involved in the calamity of the world. Oh. The Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador smiled and said, in that case, the dragons will be on the side of the demons. No. The Frost Dragon Empress expression changed and she hurriedly explained, the dragons are just unable to participate in the war and will not help the demons. Since they are unable to participate in the war, then there is no need for the dragons to exist. Before the Frost Dragon Empress finished, the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador interrupted her and said faintly, if they are not being ordered by the Heavenly Court, then they are helping the demons. The dragons do not want to help either side and only care about themselves. How can there be such an easy thing? The Frost Dragon Empress' face turned pale. Su Zimo stood in the main hall and remained silent. He was observing and wanted to know the true purpose of this group of people. This group of people from the Heavenly Court should not have mobilized so many people just for the Heaven Wasteland domain. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to transfer Wu Dao's original body over and was also guarding against the Great Wasteland domain. However, when he heard this, he was sure of one thing. The War of the Heavens was initiated by the demons, but the party that forced the 3,000 domains to express their stance and involved the beings of the 3,000 domains in this war was indeed the Heavenly Court. The Demon Lord had looked for him. The evil Emperor had also looked for Dai Yu and wanted to ask her for help. Even if Dai Yu refused, the evil Emperor did not make things difficult for her. Neither the Demon Lord or the evil Emperor forced them and instead allowed them to make their own choice. But in front of the Heavenly Court, the 3,000 domains had no choice. Either they were ordered by the Heavenly Court to charge at the forefront and fight against the demons, or they died. The Heavenly Court is really impressive. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the middle of the main hall and was extremely ear-piercing. Under the pressure of the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, all the emperors were trembling in fear, who dared to speak carelessly and with sarcasm. This person was hopeless. Everyone looked at Su Zimo in the middle of the main hall as if they were looking at a dead man. Emperor Kun and the others secretly shook their heads, feeling a trace of pity in their hearts. Ha! Emperor Green Flames suddenly sneered, we forgot about the Heaven Wasteland Domain Lord, he is not happy. Chapter 3154. Su Zimo ignored Emperor Azure Flame. Instead, he looked at the emissary Inspector Heavens sitting on the main seat and asked calmly, why did the Heavenly Courts seal the middle worlds and block the ascension path of the myriad races? The emissary Inspector Heavens raised his brows slightly. This matter was originally an extremely secretive matter. Even among the imperial emperors of the various worlds, not many people knew about it. The celestial tribute worlds did not allow the middle worlds to discuss it, nor did they allow anyone to mention it. When Emperor North Kun, Emperor South Rock, Frost Dragon Emperor, and the others heard this, their expressions changed. They were clearly moved. As realm lords and super great worlds that had a legacy of several epochs, they naturally had extremely secretive legacies. Although they did not know the exact situation, they had a rough guess. You actually know about this? The emissary Inspector Heaven smiled. Su Zimo continued, I also know that the 9 heavens as the courts have sealed a large amount of heaven-earth yuan qi from the middle worlds within the heavenly courts. This caused the heaven-earth yuan qi in the middle worlds to be relatively thin, making the cultivation of the myriad races much more difficult. Ha 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 ha. The emissary Inspector Heavens laughed and asked, so what if you know? Su Zimo did not answer and only continued asking, what is the heavenly court's goal? Are you questioning me? The emissary Inspector Heavens looked at Su Zimo with eyes full of sarcasm and mockery. He laughed and said, you middle world beings are just a bunch of ants, livestock that we rear. As livestock, you have to have the awareness of livestock. If there comes a day when you feel indignant and want to jump out of your cage, only slaughter awaits you. Since he was prepared to kill them all, the emissary Inspector Heavens did not intend to hide anything. The emissary Inspector Heavens looked down at Emperor North Kun, Light World Lord, and the others and said gently, the heaven-earth yuan qi in the middle worlds is also a reward from the heavenly courts. You have to know how to be content and grateful. The emperors of the middle worlds were insulted by the emissary Inspector Heavens. Emperor North Kun, Emperor South Rock, and the others were expressionless and did not dare to refute. They could only suppress the anger in their hearts. The Light World Lord hurriedly got up, knelt on the ground and said loudly, thunder and rain dew are all heavenly grace, the Light World will definitely remember it. If the heavenly courts has any orders, the Protoss of the Light World will die. Let alone Emperor Bei Kun, everyone from the Heaven Wasteland domain felt a burst of disgust. Even some emperors from the Light domain bowed their heads slightly, a look of shame flashing across their eyes. Emperor North Kun and others were under pressure. As for the Radiant World Lord side, he was completely a servile and fawning servant. Heavens. Lord Kun. Heavenly Court said, Heavens, look, he. World Emperor Heavens. Inspector Heavens said world. Said Heavenly Court's Lord, Earth Yuan think. The Heavenly Inspector Heavenly Ambassador looked around and said, Heaven Wasteland domain is indeed well built, and is not inferior to the various immortal palaces of the Heavenly Court. But you bunch of ants live in a place similar to the Heavenly Court. You have overstepped your boundaries and committed a heinous crime. You are all livestock. How can you live and cultivate in such an environment? Only Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's voice resounded in the hall. No one dared to interrupt. The atmosphere was extremely stifling. Everyone knew that there would be a massacre today. But no one knew when this massacre would come. Empyrean Lord North Kun and company even vaguely hoped that the Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador would continue speaking. That way, the massacre might come a little later. It's about time. At that moment, the Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador suddenly said. Then, he looked at the center of the hall and Su Zimo, who had a calm expression, and said with a faint smile, let me guess. You are still so calm even now. You must be expecting someone from the Sword Realm to come and save you, right? It's a pity that the surrounding void has been sealed. Your message won't be able to spread. But it doesn't matter. I'll show you the situation of the Sword Realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador took out a transparent water ball and suddenly threw it out of the hall. It shattered in the sky above the Heaven Wasteland domain and turned into a huge water screen. Through the water screen, everyone saw 9 sword-shaped continents and a huge palace complex in the middle of the 9 continents. Through this water screen, everyone was able to see everything in the sword world clearly. And at this moment, the void around the 9 great sword edges of the sword realm was also sealed. There were many cultivators standing there, far more than the army outside the Heaven Wasteland domain. They surrounded the sword realm so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Empyrean Lord North Kuan, Ice Dragon Emperor, and the others were greatly shocked. They saw that in the various camps around the Sword Realm, there were more than 10 Empyrean lords from the Sky Vision Domain, Stone Domain, and Golden Crow Domain. There were also people from the Blood Domain, but there were not many of them. But these Empyrean lords were not enough to make Empyrean Lord North Kuan's expression change. In addition to the Empyrean lords from these super domains, the experts from the Sky Tribute Domain were also present. Including the 6 Sky Tribute Domain lords, there were more than 100 Empyrean lords leading the Sky Tribute army. In front of these Empyrean lords stood 3 major camps. The token on their waists was made of the same material as the token of the Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador in the hall. However, the words on the tokens of the 3 major camps were Yen Haoshuan. In each of the 3 major camps, there were 50 Empyrean lords. In addition to the 3 super domains of the Sky Tribute Domain, the number of Empyrean lords around the Sword Realm was close to 300. The Sword Realm was finished. This was the only thought left in the minds of Empyrean Lord North Kuan, Ice Dragon Emperor, and the others. 300 Empyrean lords were enough to sweep through all the domains of the middle world. Moreover, they were led by the Empyrean lords of the Sky Court. In the Sword Realm, the Iron Crown Elder and the other Sword Realm cultivators also appeared. Through the water screen, everyone could clearly see the Iron Crown Elder's pale face and the fear in the eyes of the sword cultivators. Everyone could even see the beads of sweat on the sword cultivators' foreheads. The army of nearly 300 Empyrean lords was like a torrential flood that could devour everything and destroy all life. The Sword Realm appeared so insignificant and helpless in front of this shocking torrent. In the end, the old man with the iron crown still stood out and asked in a loud voice, "What is the meaning of all of you coming to the Sword World?" The Sword Realm colluded with evil fiends and sinful spirits. "We will kill them without mercy," White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador said coldly. The Iron Crown Elder said in a deep voice, "Do you have any evidence?" "My words are the evidence," White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador said expressionlessly. In the Heaven Wilderness Grand Hall, Empyrean Lord North Kuan and the others could already see the Heavenly Court's intentions. They could not help but sigh. The Heavenly Court Sky Tribute Domain had joined forces with many super great domains. With such a lineup, it was obvious that they had no intention of letting the Sword Realm live. No matter how the Sword Realm explained, it was useless. With the fiend-slaying war at hand, the Heavenly Courts clearly wanted to establish their dominance. They wanted to use the blood of the Sword Realm to warn the thousands of living beings in the 3,000 domains of what would happen if they stood on the wrong side. Even if it was not the Sword Realm, there would be other realms. In short, the Heavenly Courts wanted to use the blood of a super great domain to establish their dominance. Chapter 3155. In the main hall, people like Lin Zhan and Feng Cantian were not worried about Su Zimo at first. After all, they knew that Wu Dao's true body was behind Su Zimo. The Heavenly Court sealed off the surrounding void, preventing information from being transmitted, but it was impossible to seal off the connection between Su Zimo's 2 true bodies. With a thought, Wu Dao's true body could descend here at any time. But seeing this scene, the people of Heaven Wasteland Domain looked solemn, and looked at Su Zimo with worry. No matter how strong Araki Takashi was, he could not split himself, and could only save one side at most. If Araki Takashi descended on Heaven Wasteland Domain, they could only watch as Sword Realm was destroyed. With nearly 300 emperors leading an army of hundreds of millions attacking with all their might, Sword Realm would not even last for half an hour. If Araki Takashi went to Sword Realm, Heaven Wasteland Domain would also be destroyed in an instant. This was destined to be a difficult choice. Seeing this scene, Su Zimo only narrowed his eyes slightly, and remained calm. He had been waiting for the Heavenly Court to reveal their trump card, which was why Wu Dao's true body did not appear. Now, the Heavenly Court placed a large number of troops in Sword Realm. But in the 9 heavens, there were still 5 days that had not appeared. Su Zimo wanted to confirm the movements of the remaining 5 days. Firmament, Yen Tian, White Tian, Xian Tian. Su Zimo said, since there are 9 days, why are there only 4 days? Haha. The Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador chuckled, to deal with Sword Realm and Heaven Wasteland Domain, let alone 4 days, just 1 day is enough. Emperor Qin Yen curled his lips, they will arrive in 5 days, but an ant like you won't have the chance to see it. Oh. Su Zimo nodded. The Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador stood up, stretched out his arms, looked at Su Zimo and the people of Heaven Wasteland Domain, and said with a smile, everyone is lucky to witness this killing feast with us. No need to thank me, because I will soon send you on your way and reunite with Sword Realm. The voice of the Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador spread to every corner of Heaven Wasteland Domain. The hundreds of millions of troops led by the Light World became unusually excited, and their eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. The people of Heaven Wasteland Domain looked at the water curtain above their heads and realized that a great disaster was about to befall Heaven Wasteland Domain. They were all terrified and uneasy. The Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's voice continued. This battle will be known throughout the 3,000 domains. I will let you animals understand what the will of Heavenly Court means. If you go against the will of the heavens, the Sword World will be your end. Great Domain. Butterfly Valley. The Heavenly Courts awakened opened his eyes at the same time. Heavenly Court. God, you detected it, Heavenly Court, Ambassador asked. Yes, Heavenly Court's people heavenses, Wu Dao said. There are close to 300 emperors in the Sword Domain, led by 3 divine emissaries, 2 young masters of the Celestial Court, and the Celestial Tribute Domain. There are more than 100 emperors in the Heaven Wasteland Domain, led by the divine emissaries of the Firmament and Emperor Qin Yen. Dai Yu stood up and said indifferently, you go to the Sword Realm, leave Heaven Wasteland Domain to me. For 100 years, Dai Yu had yet to take that step. During this period of time, Dai Yu did not cultivate in seclusion, nor did she stay with Wu Dao's original body. Instead, they were like mortals, working at sunrise and resting at sunrise. Strolling among the flowers, washing their feet by the stream, meditating in the mountains, drinking alone under the moon. Unknowingly, Dai Yu's injuries had already healed. Wu Dao's main body would occasionally glance at Dai Yu from afar. There was no change in Dai Yu's realm. However, Wu Dao's main body could sense that Dai Yu's body was constantly changing. This change was indescribable, and even Wu Dao's main body could not explain it or see through it. Dai Yu seemed to have completely integrated into this world and nature in 100 years, and her body was tainted by the mortal world. However, she also seemed to be traveling outside of heaven and earth, overlooking all living beings. She had already reached a transcendent state of extreme emptiness, tranquility. Wu Dao's main body could sense that Dai Yu was much stronger than she was 100 years ago. However, he could not say for sure what level her battle strength had reached. Heaven Wasteland Domain has an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, Emperor Qin Yen, and more than 100 Emperor experts, Wu Dao's main body was slightly hesitant, still somewhat worried about Dai Yu. Dai Yu smiled and said, I don't have much confidence against 3 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors, but against 1, it's not a big problem. With the addition of more than 100 Emperor experts, it's hard to say who will win, but at least they won't be able to hurt me. At this point, Dai Yu paused slightly and looked at Wu Dao's main body, a trace of seriousness flashing in her beautiful eyes. I'm worried about your side. Wu Dao's main body was speechless. He could tell that Dai Yu was not worried about the 3 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors and the nearly 300 Emperor experts. She was worried that if Wu Dao's main body saved the Sword World, he would definitely not hold back. Once he started a massacre, it was very likely to alarm the experts of the other 5 heavens, and even the Emperor of the Heavenly Court. Back then, the Demon Lord had also warned Wu Dao's main body. In the previous battle of the Great Wilderness, the Emperor of the Heavenly Court did not appear. This time, if there was a conflict with the Heavenly Court, the Emperor would most likely intervene. To Wu Dao's main body, there was no need to rush to start the War of the Heavens in this life. He was currently at the initial Emperor realm, and if he had enough time, he could cultivate to the Great Emperor realm or even the Great Emperor realm, and his chances of winning the War of the Heavens would be greater. However, if today's battle caused the Emperor of the Heavenly Court to intervene, it would be a huge crisis for Wu Dao's main body. It might even cause the War of the Heavens to be brought forward. More importantly, in this era, no emperor had been born in the Middle World. If the Emperor of the Heavenly Court intervened, no one in the Middle World could help Wu Dao's main body. Dayu had not become a great emperor, and could not help. This time, if Wu Dao's main body intervened, it was very likely to have a far-reaching impact, and no one could guess how the situation would develop in the end. If the Emperor of the Heavenly Court intervenes, we can only fight. Wu Dao's main body's eyes were deep, and his expression was fearless. The Sword World and Heaven Wasteland domain could not save him. Even if the War of the Heavens was brought forward, it was not a big deal. After all, he still had one last trump card. I'll send you to Heaven Wasteland domain first, Wu Dao's main body said. Although Wu Dao's main body had not become a great emperor, he could use the 10 gates of hell to descend to any place in the 3,000 domains. However, the other imperial emperors were unable to do so. You look down on me, who needs you to send me? Dayu rolled her eyes at Wu Dao's main body. Wu Dao's main body's eyes lit up. It seemed that in the past 100 years, Dayu's improvement had exceeded his imagination. The two separated here, and their figures flickered, disappearing from the Great Wasteland domain. At the same time, in the Heaven domain, the 9 Heavens Immortal Emperor, Lord of 6 Brahma Heavens, and the World Devastator Demon Emperor seemed to have sensed something, and woke up at the same time, looking in the direction of the Sword World and Heaven Wasteland domain, their faces revealing an excited and strange smile. Kill. The more we kill, the better. The 3 corpses activated their consciousness, and at the same time operated the Burying Heaven scripture. The entire Heaven domain seemed to have turned into a huge tomb, lifeless. Even the divine tree of the builder would seem to have sensed something at this moment. The light on its body dimmed, its life force was fading, and some of its leaves gradually turned yellow and withered. Chapter 3156. Sword World. The old man with the iron crown, the fat and thin sword emperors, and more than a dozen Sword World emperors were filled with despair. In the face of such a battle array, no realm could resist. Not to mention one Sword World, even 10 Sword Worlds wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. However, the Sword Emperors didn't beg for mercy or explain. They could see that the Heavenly Court, Sky Tribute World, and a few other super worlds were here to destroy Sword World. It didn't matter if they explained or begged for mercy. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well fight to their heart's content. This was the Tao of sword cultivators. They would rather break than submit and advance courageously. However, even the sword emperors weren't sure how long they could hold on. Perhaps a few dozen breaths or half an incense stick's time. After that, Sword World would become the history of the Middle World. Like the Dark World, it would gradually disappear from everyone's memories as time passed. Iron Crown, you sword cultivators love to be chivalrous and fight for justice. Have you ever thought that this day would come? World Lord Sky Eyes sneered. Although World Lord Sky Eyes didn't say it clearly, the old man with the iron crown could roughly guess what was going on. Back then, when the Heaven's Eye Worlds destroyed the 7-star Sword World and massacred millions of lives, they were encountered by a few Sword World Peak Masters. They rescued some of the sword cultivators from the 7-star Sword World and became enemies with the Heaven's Eye World because of this. Later on, in the evil demon battlefield, Lin Xuanzhen and the others suffered the revenge of the Sky Eyes race and almost died. It was Su Zimo who helped Sword World vent their anger. Later on, when the evil demon battlefield opened for the second time, Su Zimo was besieged by more than 20 supreme true spirits. Among them was the number 1 true spirit, Xia Yin. However, these supreme true spirits were all suppressed by Su Zimo. Thinking of this, the old man with the iron crown rejoiced. Fortunately, Su Zimo left in advance and didn't suffer this calamity. In the future, if Su Zimo had a chance to become a great emperor, he might be able to continue Sword World's inheritance since he knew the Daluo sword canon. Do you think that Su Zimo will be able to escape this calamity? The heavenly eye on World Lord Sky Eye's forehead opened slightly. It was as though he could see through the thoughts that flashed past the old man's mind. He suddenly laughed and asked. The old man's heart sank. Sword light flashed in his eyes as he asked, "What do you mean?" Ha 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 ha. The Sky Vision Realm Lord, Golden Crow Realm Lord, Stone Realm Lord, and the others laughed out loud. Today, I'll let you give up on that thought and let you die with a clear understanding. At this moment, Heaven Wasteland Domain is also facing the same situation. Including Su Zimo, no one will be able to escape. You. The old man with the iron crown glared angrily, and a sharp, ear-piercing sword hum burst out from his body. When the fat and thin sword emperors heard this, they closed their eyes and sighed. This was truly a ruthless extermination. The Stone Domain Lord laughed heartily. Tai Guan, the Sword Domain should thank us. After this battle, you and Heaven Wasteland Domain can reunite in the underworld. Below, you can establish another Heaven Wasteland Domain, a Sword Domain, and bring the Sword Path to greater heights. Ha 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 ha. Bursts of laughter came from the heavenly court. Right at this moment, a calm voice that carried a trace of coldness suddenly resounded from the crowd of the Sword World. Seniors, fellow disciples of the Sword Domain, don't worry, the Sword Domain will not die. This voice, in the surrounding laughter, seemed extremely different, but it was powerful and unusually firm. Not only the people of the Sword Domain, but even the emperors of the heavenly court looked in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke had not even stepped into the Grotto Heaven, and was standing side by side with the 8 peak masters. It was a woman with a long sword on her back. She is Kitsune, the current peak master of the 9th sword peak of the Sword Domain. In the crowd, someone recognized the identity of the woman and said. Immediately, there was a burst of laughter. In this situation, not to mention the peak master of the Sword Peak, even the 3 domain lords of the Sword Domain would be reduced to ants under the absolute power of the heavenly court. Kitsune's sudden words sounded like a joke to everyone. The old man with the iron crown and the others looked at Kitsune. Although they did not have much hope in their hearts, they could not help but ask, Baiming, what you said just now. Kitsune said in a firm tone, Master will not watch the Sword Domain be destroyed, he will definitely come to save us. Hearing this, the Sword Emperors all looked gloomy and shook their heads. The old man with the iron crown also looked bitter, sighing softly, Zimo, he sigh. Su Zimo could not even protect himself, how could he rush over? Moreover, even if Su Zimo rushed over, what was the use? Ha 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 ha. Kitsune's words once again caused the Emperor experts to burst into laughter. Even the 3 Inspector Heavenly Court, looking at the cold-looking woman, could not help but chuckle with a mocking expression. The same laughter also sounded in the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Hey, Heaven Wasteland Domain Master, your female disciple hopes that you can rush over to save her, quickly go. He wants to go, but by the time he rushes over, it will probably be a year later, and the Sword Domain will have already been destroyed. This female cultivator probably does not know that her master has already been scared stiff and does not dare to move, ha 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 ha. Hearing the laughter around, Su Zimo also laughed. However, not many people knew what he was laughing about. He only raised his head and looked through the dome of the palace, looking at the huge water screen and laughing. Everyone's eyes were also looking at the water screen. Everyone knew that the killing feast was about to begin. But under everyone's gaze, the void on the side of the Sword Domain in the water screen suddenly split open, and a figure stepped out. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands suddenly strangling everyone's throat. In an instant, the laughter in the Sword Domain and Heaven Wasteland Domain came to an abrupt end. Because, in front of this figure, not many people could still laugh. Purple robe, black hair, silver mask. Araki Takashi Emperor. It's him, Araki Takashi Emperor. When Emperor Qing Yen saw the person through the water screen, his face changed dramatically, as if he had awakened some terrifying memory. He subconsciously grabbed the arm of the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador and exclaimed. The Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador frowned slightly as he looked at the figure above the sword domain through the water screen. This Araki Takashi Emperor was indeed very strong. Unfathomable. Even though they were separated by millions of miles, just through the water screen, the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador could still feel the powerful aura of Araki Takashi Emperor, and the tremendous pressure it brought him. It was not hard to imagine that the group of people around the sword domain would feel even more strongly if they were facing Araki Takashi Emperor. However, the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador was somewhat puzzled. They had split into two groups, deliberately concealing their aura and not showing off, because they were worried that they would attract the attention of Araki Takashi Emperor, which would lead to other changes. A great battle had not broken out, and there were not too many power fluctuations. Normally speaking, Araki Takashi Emperor should not have been able to detect it. After all, no matter how strong Araki Takashi Emperor's divine sense was, and could cover 3,000 domains with a thought, it was impossible for him to watch every corner of the 3,000 domains all the time. When the two sides attacked at the same time and a great battle broke out, under the suppression of absolute strength, the battle would be resolved in a short time. By the time Araki Takashi Emperor sensed it, it was already too late. But unexpectedly, before the two sides had attacked, he had already been alerted. End of chapter. Chapter 3157. Sword Realm. Elder Tai Guan and the other Sword Realm Imperial Lords were stunned when they saw this figure. But soon, everyone recognized the origin of this figure. Great Desolate World's Imperial Lord Araki Takashi. Imperial Lord Araki Takashi, who had once defeated more than 100 Imperial Lords of the Celestial Tribute World by himself. The Sword Emperors were energized, and a glimmer of hope was reignited. Elder Tai Guan and the fat and thin elders looked at each other. They were excited but also a little complicated. In fact, Elder Tai Guan had always wanted to pay a visit to Imperial Lord Araki Takashi. Back then, he had escorted Kitsune to the Kuan Peng world to participate in the wedding of the Kuan Peng world's young master because he was looking forward to meeting Imperial Lord Araki Takashi in the Kuan Peng world. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the Kuan Peng world, Imperial Lord Araki Takashi had already left and did not meet him. Who would have thought that Imperial Lord Araki Takashi would suddenly descend upon the Sword Realm today? Moreover, after Imperial Lord Araki Takashi descended, the situation in the starry sky seemed to have reversed in an instant. Just one person had completely reversed the momentum of both sides without making a move. Imperial Lord Araki Takashi stood alone in the starry sky, facing nearly 300 Imperial Lords and countless troops led by the Heavenly Court. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Not only that, after Imperial Lord Araki Takashi appeared, the Imperial Lords of the Celestial Tribute World, Stone World, and Heavenly Eye World were even restless. After all, the Celestial Tribute World had suffered a great loss at the hands of Wu Dao's original body. In the Battle of the Grand Desolate World, dozens of Imperial Lords had died and their vitality was greatly damaged. As for the Stone World, Heavenly Eye World, and Golden Crow World, they had long heard of Araki Takashi's ferocious name and were shocked. A few years ago, Araki Takashi had appeared and even managed to calm the Battle of Dragons and Phoenixes and the Battle of Kuan Peng World. The leader of the Witch race and the leader of the Poison World had died one after another. With the destruction of the Sorcerer World, the Poison World and the Blood World suffered different degrees of damage. In the 3,000 worlds, the name Araki Takashi had become a terrifying taboo. In recent years, there was even a saying in the 3,000 realms that if the Great Emperor did not appear, Araki Takashi would reign supreme. Who would dare to clash with him? It wasn't just the Celestial Tribute World. Even the two young lords of the Celestial Court were shaken to the core. They subconsciously took a step back in fear. The Battle of the Grand Desolate had really scared them. They looked on helplessly as young Master Yen Tian died before their eyes. It was only at that moment that they realized that although their identities were noble, they were no different from those ants in a certain aspect. They only had one life. In other words, in the eyes of Araki Takashi, they were nothing but ants. After young Master Yen Tian died, the three of them were almost killed by Monarch Araki Takashi. Back then, Fiend Lord appeared and stopped Monarch Araki Takashi's attack. However, Monarch Biyao and company were scared out of their wits. They were only focused on escaping and did not see what happened behind them. After escaping back to the celestial courts, everyone felt a lingering fear. They secretly thanked their lucky stars and felt a lingering fear. After recuperating for more than 100 years, they thought that they could make a comeback after recovering from their injuries. However, when they saw Monarch Araki Takashi again, the trio once again felt the fear of their lives hanging by a thread. Compared to Monarch Biyao and company, the three Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors and the other Empyrean Lords of the Celestial Courts were relatively calm. It was especially so for Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian. He looked at Wu Dao's true body with eyes filled with killing intent that nearly spewed fire. "You are Araki Takashi?" Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian asked coldly. As one of the strongest people in the 9 heavens, Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors did not fear Wu Dao's true body. Wu Dao's true body glanced at the token by Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's waist and recognized him. He said indifferently, "I was the one who killed young Master Yen Tian. Are you here for revenge?" This was an undisguised provocation. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's eyes burned like torches as his body suddenly emitted thousands of fiery beams, burning a massive black hole in the cosmos. He was like a god of war bathed in flames as his aura surged. The remaining dozens of Empyrean Lords of Yen Tian also drew their weapons. Their faces were filled with killing intent as they waited for the order to attack at any moment. Araki Takashi. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's eyes were cold as he slowly said, "Today, we are destroying the Sword World. It has nothing to do with you. I advise you to return to your great desolate world and stay there obediently. In a few days, we will naturally pay you a visit." "Who says that the Sword World has nothing to do with me?" Wu Dao's true body looked at Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian and retorted, "Who do you think I am?" This question stumped everyone from the celestial courts. The three Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors frowned as they did not understand the meaning of Wu Dao's true body's words. Even the Empyrean Lords of the Sword World were slightly stunned. Could it be that Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi had some relationship with the Sword World? Many sword cultivators subconsciously looked at the three Empyrean Lords with the Iron Crown and the fat and thin Empyrean Lords. If Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi had something to do with the Sword World, the only people who could possibly know about it were the three of them. At this moment, Empyrean Lords with the Iron Crown and the fat and thin Empyrean Lords also looked at each other in confusion. Heaven Wasteland Domain. In the main hall. Lin Zhan, Immortal King Ling Long, Feng Cantian, and the others sighed softly in their hearts when they saw Wu Dao's true body appear in the Sword World. Their expressions were complicated. It seemed that Su Zimo had made his choice. If Wu Dao's true body went to the Sword World, it meant that everything and everyone in the Heaven Wasteland Domain, including his Qinglian true body, would be buried here. However, there was still no sign of worry on Su Zimo's face. He swept his gaze across the crowd and looked at Empyrean Lord Qin Yen and the other Empyrean Lords who were mocking him just now. With a mocking expression, he asked with a faint smile, "Why aren't you laughing? Weren't you laughing happily just now?" When Empyrean Lord Qin Yen saw Araki Takashi just now, his expression changed drastically. How could he still laugh? However, being mocked by this little immortal king in front of him, Empyrean Lord Qin Yen suddenly felt embarrassed. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He said slowly, "Aunt, it seems that you haven't realized your situation yet. I can kill you with a thought. With a command, I can destroy the entire Heaven Wasteland Domain. Not even a chicken or dog will be left alive." Su Zimo gradually stopped smiling and stared at Empyrean Lord Qin Yen. He asked slowly, "Who do you think I am?" The Empyrean Lords were stunned for a moment. These words sounded familiar. Emperor Lord Araki Takashi had just said. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and glanced at Emperor Lord Araki Takashi in the water curtain. And at this time, under the gazes of countless people from the two great domains, Emperor Lord Araki Takashi slowly raised his hand and took off the silver mask on his face. Heaven and earth instantly quieted down. Time and space seemed to be frozen. The many creatures of the two great domains seemed to be fixed in place. Hiss. Seeing this handsome and familiar face, Emperor Lord Qin Yan's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. You are. Emperor Lord Qin Yan suddenly turned his head and pointed at Su Zimo in the main hall, his eyes full of horror and his voice trembling. The next moment, Emperor Lord Araki Takashi's eyes, which were burning with purple flames, seemed to be able to penetrate the countless void, through the water curtain, and fell on the face of Emperor Lord Qin Yan of the Heaven Wasteland Domain. At the same time, in the main hall of the Heaven Wasteland Domain, Su Zimo's eyes also lit up with two balls of purple flames. He took a step forward, and the earth shook and the mountains shook. His imposing manner was astonishing. He shouted, "I am Araki Takashi." As soon as these words came out, it shook the 3,000 domains. End of this chapter. Chapter 3158. Ah! Emperor Qin Yan exclaimed in shock. He was so frightened that he jumped up from his seat and stumbled backward, hiding behind the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Emissary. The chair overturned and made a loud noise, causing chaos in the surroundings. It was no wonder that Emperor Qin Yan was so frightened. He was shocked when he saw the true appearance of Emperor Araki Takashi, and then he saw that Su Zimo's eyes were also burning with purple flames. He thought that Emperor Araki Takashi was in the main hall, close to him, and wanted to take his life. Emperor Qin Yan wasn't mistaken. Wu Dao's real body looked over from the sword world, his gaze crossing the endless void, containing a biting cold killing intent. At this moment, the aura of the two real bodies almost merged into one. Not to mention Emperor Qin Yan, even the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Emissary felt a strong sense of danger at this moment. His hair stood on end, and he subconsciously stood up, waiting with rapt attention. At this moment, the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Emissary had an illusion. Although he was standing on the upper seat, the one looking down at him was Su Zimo in the main hall. If the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Emissary and Emperor Qin Yan were like this, the other emperors were also shocked. They all got up and retreated, distancing themselves. For a moment, a huge empty space was in the middle of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. There was no one within 100 feet of Su Zimo. This scene had a great impact on the Sword World and Heaven Wasteland Domain. Some people who knew about Su Zimo's two real bodies, such as Lin Zhan, Immortal King Ling Long, Kitsune, and Yunju, were not surprised. But the others were stunned by this scene. Their minds were blank, and they could not recover for a long time. What is this? Lin Lei stood in the sky above the war country, looking at the water curtain in the sky, and then in the direction of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. He was dumbfounded. In the past, Lin Zhan and Immortal King Ling Long had said many things to him. At this moment, he suddenly had an answer. Lin Luo came to Lin Lei's side and said faintly, "Brother, you seem to look down on Emperor Araki Takashi back then." "No." Lin Luo shuddered and flatly denied. Good fellow, good fellow." Immortal King Zi Xian subconsciously grabbed Yunju's hand, his arm trembling uncontrollably. He swallowed his saliva and muttered, "Father, has misjudged again?" Long Li's eyes widened. Disbelief appeared on Mulian's face. The old ape was excited. Monarch North Kun, Monarch South Peng, Frost Dragon Empress, Flower Domain Lord, and the other domain lords had complicated expressions on their faces. At this moment, they understood many things. Why did Xiaoyao always want them to maintain contact with the Heaven Wasteland Domain and befriend Su Zimo? Why would Emperor Araki Takashi suddenly descend upon the Dragon Realm? It was most likely not only because of Long Ran. Why was Su Zimo still fearless in the face of the current situation? Why, all the strange things that had happened to Su Zimo previously could be explained at this moment. Sword Domain. When Wu Dao took off his mask, many sword cultivators were stunned on the spot when they saw his handsome face. In the crowd, there were even people who subconsciously called out Peak Master Su, "What the hell?" Yin Ting jumped up and down. For a moment, his qi and blood were in chaos and he could not control the thunder and lightning Dao techniques in his body. Electric lights surrounded his body and crackled wildly. He had always regarded Su Zimo as a goal to pursue, even though the gap between the two of them was growing larger and larger. Yin Ting had never given up. He believed that one day, he would catch up to Su Zimo. But he never thought that this would be the outcome. What was this? Even when he lost to Su Zimo and Kitsune, he was not dejected. However, the fact that Wu Dao's true body took off his mask was a huge blow to him. The more Yin Ting thought about it, the more indignant he became. He muttered, "If you want to fight, so be it. Why did you take off your mask for no reason?" The Imperial Lords of Sword Domain were surprised and delighted when they saw the true appearance of Wu Dao's true body. The old man with the iron crown was still in disbelief and could not help but turn back to look at Kitsune with a questioning expression. Kitsune's expression was cold as she raised her chin slightly and said indifferently, "I've already said that Master will come and save us." "Good, good, good." The old man with the iron crown could not help but exclaim repeatedly in excitement. The fat and thin elders were filled with emotions as well. Back then, the old man with the iron crown only valued Su Zimo's potential and wanted to form a good relationship with him. Who would have thought that such a huge surprise would be thrown over? Imperial Lord Araki Takashi was once the peak master of Sword Domain's 9th Sword Peak. This was enough for Sword Domain to brag about for an era. Of course, the prerequisite was that Sword Domain had to survive this calamity. Even with Imperial Lord Araki Takashi around, it was still unknown if Sword Domain could survive. Even including Sword Domain, there were only more than 10 Imperial Lords on their side. On the other side, the Heavenly Courts, Celestial Tribute World, and a few super great worlds led by nearly 300 Imperial Lord experts. After all, Imperial Lord Araki Takashi was only one person. It was impossible for him to take care of everyone in a battle of this level. What was certain was that regardless of the outcome of this battle, it would be extremely tragic. So what if you're Imperial Lord Araki Takashi? Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's eyes burned but his tone was abnormally cold. You came at the right time today. It saves us the trouble of finding you. The one we'll kill is you, Araki Takashi. Before he finished his sentence, Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian circulated his blood qi and instantly transformed into his true form. A fiery red vermilion bird with boiling lava dripping from his body. Screech! Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian suddenly shrieked as his body trembled. Thousands of feathers scattered from his body. Every feather was flickering with blazing flames. They were like flaming arrows that circled around him. Together with him, they charged towards the martial Dao original body. Just as Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian charged over, Wu Dao's true body attacked immediately. In a flash, he intercepted Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian. There were no flashy hand seals, incantations, or weapons. He raised his hand and punched. Boom! Simplifying the complex, it was a simple punch that contained Wu Dao's dermic powers and Wu Dao's will. With that punch, the cosmos ahead collapsed instantly as a gigantic black hole appeared. A powerful suction force burst forth from the center of the fist, sucking in all the 108,000 feathers that surrounded Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian. It was a Dao dermic vortex formed by the Dao and dermic powers of Wu Dao's true body. Even Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's body could not be controlled. He had never seen such a terrifying fist. Any divine weapon would not be able to withstand a single blow from this fist. Before the 108,000 feathers could collide with Wu Dao's true body's fist, the flames on them were extinguished. The power that came out of that punch was too terrifying. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian wanted to retreat to avoid it. However, he realized that he was already trapped within. There was no way he could escape from the Tao-dermic vortex produced by that punch. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian had just said that he would kill Araki Takashi. Before anyone could react, he shouted, "Quick, help me." End of chapter. Chapter 3159. Attack. Before Blazing Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador could call for help, Profound Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador could tell that something was amiss. He immediately bellowed and transformed into his black tortoise form. Roar. Accompanied by a tiger's roar, White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador revealed his white tiger form. His body was suffused with billowing killing intent, causing the constellations to fall into chaos as the world turned upside down. With the three Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors attacking, it immediately raised the curtains to a huge battle. Nearly 300 Imperial Emperors also drew their weapons and prepared to besiege Wu Dao's main body. The Sword Emperors of Sword Realm, under the lead of the Iron Crown Old Man and the Fat Thin Old Man, all made their moves to support Wu Dao's main body. The Battle of Kings and the Battle of True Spirits also erupted. Wu Dao's main body knew that in such a situation, only by severely injuring the opponent's strongest expert as soon as possible could he reduce the casualties of the Sword Realm to the greatest extent. Therefore, if Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian wanted to kill him, he had already targeted the three Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors. If 300 Empyrean Lord experts were to form an encirclement, it would probably take some effort to kill the three Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors. At the instant Wu Dao attacked, he was already prepared to kill Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian immediately. This was also the reason why Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian felt such immense pressure and danger. Roar. Wu Dao's true body didn't wait for the other Imperial Emperors to attack and surround him. Instead, he directly unleashed the Sound Domain's secret technique, Sound of All Spirits. A huge sound wave burst out from his mouth, creating ripples in the starry sky that rapidly spread out. However, no sound could be heard in the crowd. Great Sound Void. The voice of all spirits had already touched upon the level of Tao, reaching the level of a forbidden technique. The three Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors and the two Heavenly Court's young masters were the first to react as their expressions changed drastically. Even if they weren't prepared, they would still suffer quite a bit of damage from the soundwave attack of a taboo technique. Screech. Roar. Roar. The three Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors and the two Heavenly Court's young masters immediately released a sound domain mystic technique of the sacred beast race to resist it. They blocked most of the damage from the voice of myriad spirits, giving the other Empyrean lords a precious moment to react. Most of the Imperial Emperors quickly realized the danger they were in. They either unleashed their sound domain's secret techniques to resist it or activated their chi blood to support a world. Some of them quickly left the center of the battlefield to avoid the range of the sound wave attack. However, there were also a few Imperial Emperors who reacted slightly slower. The ripples created by the voice of all spirits swept past them. The gazes of these Imperial Emperors turned sluggish, and the life force in their bodies rapidly drained away. They fell backward in the starry sky, no longer breathing. There were no injuries on the bodies of the Imperial Lords. However, their consciousnesses were shattered by the sound wave and their essence spirits were destroyed. Normally speaking, it was very difficult for Imperial Emperors to die. But because of Wu Dao's real body's intervention, the Emperor battle was elevated to a whole new level, becoming extremely intense. Even god monarchs would perish on the spot if they were careless. Boom. 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 Almost in an instant, the Imperial Emperors did not hold back at all. They activated their chi and blood to support the world. In front of Emperor Araki Takashi, no one dared to be distracted or hold back. The few Imperial Emperors who had just perished were the same. But because of that, the remaining Imperial Emperors' attacks came to a halt. They were unable to form an encirclement immediately. The goal of Wu Dao's real body releasing the voice of all spirits was not to kill, but for that fleeting moment. The battle between top experts was fought for that instant. Although there were nearly 300 imperial emperors around, at that moment, Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian was facing Wu Dao's real body alone. Furthermore, Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian was the closest to Wu Dao's real body. He suffered the most impact from the voice of all spirits. Before the two of them truly collided, Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian was already bleeding from his 7 orifices from the voice of all spirits. His face was covered in blood. Wu Dao's real body's fist struck his 108,000 feathers. Without any obstruction, the feathers were instantly reduced to dust. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's figure was still flying uncontrollably towards the Dao dermic vortex. This scene was extremely strange. It was as though he was slamming into Wu Dao's real body's fist. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian realized that if he failed to escape, he would probably be killed on the spot. As long as he could survive the strike. The remaining 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors and the other Imperial Emperor's attacks would descend upon him. He would then be able to escape the calamity. Ah! Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian roared into the sky as he pushed his lifeblood to its limits. At the same time, he conjured a dermic seal with his hands. Blazing flames flickered as he condensed a forbidden art. At the same time, Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian conjured his consciousness and released an essence spirit mystic technique. Bloodline, world, forbidden art, essence spirit mystic technique. With his life hanging by a thread, Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian released all his trump cards just to withstand the punch from Wu Dao's real body. Wu Dao's real body pressed forward with an indomitable will. His punches were ferocious and he had no intention of dodging. With a thought, he wore the mask of Mara on his face once again. With the mask of Mara, he could neutralize Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's essence spirit mystic technique. At the same time, his glabella shimmered as the hell-suppressing cauldron transformed into a stream of light. It arrived above Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's head and came crashing down from the sky. Boom! Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's dermic world had yet to fully take form when it was smashed by the hell-suppressing cauldron. Dense cracks appeared and it quickly shattered. Under the tremendous impact, his forbidden Dao art dissipated under the tearing of Wu Dao's dermic vortex. It failed to condense. This was what it meant to counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. While the devil was a foot tall, the Dao was 10 feet tall. All Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's attacks were neutralized by Wu Dao's real body through other means. As for Wu Dao's real body's fist, it maintained an invincible offensive that destroyed everything. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian had a look of despair. He wanted to conjure a few arch-divine weapons to stop Wu Dao's real body. However, the moment these divine weapons were released, they were sent flying by Wu Dao's real body's fist. This punch carried a torrential might as it rumbled over. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian felt a sense of helplessness as though he could not withstand it. It was as though any force would crumble at the first blow in front of this punch. At that moment, he sensed a powerful will that burned fiercely and fearlessly. It was majestic and blotted out the sky. Against this will, he was as puny as an ant. Bam! Under everyone's watch, Wu Dao's real body seemed to brush past Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian. However, when the two passed each other, only Wu Dao's real body was left. Behind him, there were still some weak and fragmented flames. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian was crushed by Wu Dao's real body with a single punch. His body and Dao dissipated. An Inspector Heavenly Ambassador perished just as the battle began. This scene dealt a huge psychological blow to the Empyrean lords of the heavenly courts and the celestial tribute world. There were only 9 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors in the entire heavenly courts. Now, in just a single exchange, Wu Dao's real body killed one of them under the noses of nearly 300 Empyrean lords. How domineering was that? Chapter 3160. Heaven Wasteland Palace. Just as the Sword Realm was about to draw their swords, the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador quickly recovered from his initial shock and calmed his mind. Everyone, do not panic. The Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador said in a low voice, the person in front of us is only a peerless king, and there is a great disparity between him and Emperor Araki Takashi of the Sword Realm. Emperor Araki Takashi is surrounded by more than 300 emperor experts of the Sword Realm, and cannot care about us at all. The Heaven Wasteland Domain Lord is nothing more than borrowing the power of Emperor Araki Takashi to stall for time. The Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador quickly saw through Su Zimo's true situation. At this moment, Emperor Qin Yen also gradually reacted, flashed out from behind the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, frowned, and stared at Su Zimo not far away, his expression still somewhat bewildered. In other words, this Su Zimo is bluffing? In fact, he is only a king of the Grotto Heaven realm? Exactly. The Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador nodded, looking at Su Zimo with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. If I'm not wrong, you just want to stall for time, and wait for Emperor Araki Takashi to deal with the Sword Realm before coming back to support the Heaven Wasteland Domain. Unfortunately, you underestimated the means of the Heavenly Court. You did not expect that the Heavenly Court would split into two, and attack the Sword Realm and Heaven Wasteland Domain at the same time. Even if you have the trump card of Emperor Araki Takashi, you can't split yourself, and can only save one side at most. You also did not expect that I would release this water curtain to reflect the Sword Realm, and transmit the situation of the Sword Realm. Emperor Qin Yan's eyes lit up. We can attack together with the Sword Realm, and not give Emperor Araki Takashi a chance to come back to support. That's right. The Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador was constantly paying attention to the movements over at the Sword Realm through the water curtain in the sky, and said indifferently, before the battle over at the Sword Realm ends, Heaven Wasteland Domain will be gone. Although I don't know what the relationship between Araki Takashi's two bodies is, destroying Araki Takashi's Qinglian body will certainly cause him a lot of damage. At this moment, the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, Wu Dao's original Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's attack. A cold light flashed across the Heavenly Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's eyes. He rose into the air and his voice spread to every corner of Heaven Wasteland Domain. Everyone, listen to my order. Kill all living beings in Heaven Wasteland Domain. The army of more than 100 domains, including the Light World, had been waiting in the sky above Heaven Wasteland Domain for a long time. They had long been unable to hold back their murderous aura. Now that they heard this order, they immediately rushed into Heaven Wasteland Domain. This was an army of hundreds of millions, led by the Light World, composed of more than 100 worlds. And all the living beings in Heaven Wasteland Domain were less than 100 million. Moreover, the only people with battle power in Heaven Wasteland Domain, such as Su Zimo, Lin Zhan, Feng Cantian, and others, were all trapped in the Heaven Wasteland Palace. To the cultivators of Heaven Wasteland Domain, this was almost a massacre. Even so, the cultivators of Heaven Wasteland Domain did not give up. Under the command of Yang Ruoxu and Imo Qin, Qinkuan Academy had gathered all the cultivators who could participate in the battle and were ready to fight. Under the command of Lin Lei and Lin Luo, the Sengoku siblings had also gathered. Although most of the cultivators in Feng Shuling were Xian immortals and had almost no power to resist in such a great battle, they did not give up and were ready to fight. Of course, many cultivators who joined Heaven Wasteland Domain were in a mess, fleeing in all directions. But Heaven Wasteland Domain had long been sealed. Not to mention them, even kings and emperors could not leave Heaven Wasteland Palace. Sensing the situation outside, Lin Zhan, Immortal King Ling Long, Feng Cantian, and the others all looked anxious. Of course, there was still a large group of Rakshasa race hidden in Heaven Wasteland Domain. As long as these Rakshasa race took action, they should be able to hold off the armies of the Light World and the other domains for a while. The situation they were facing now was more dangerous than outside. There were more than 100 emperors in this palace. And there was not a single emperor on Heaven Wasteland Domain's side. As long as the heavenly inspector heavenly ambassador gave the order, all of them, including Su Zimo, would be killed in an instant. The only ones who had a chance to save Su Zimo were Emperor Baikuan, Emperor Nanping, Frost Dragon Emperor, and the Lord of the Flower Domain. The old ape stood out immediately and stood in front of Su Zimo. He looked at Emperor Baikuan and the others and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, at this moment, do you still want to submit to the heavenly court? As long as we join forces and delay as much as possible, when Emperor Araki Takashi returns from the Sword Domain, we can naturally resolve this great calamity." If the old ape was alone, he indeed did not have the courage to fight against the heavenly court. However, after knowing that Emperor Araki Takashi was Su Zimo and that he was standing opposite the heavenly court, his heart was rekindled with the fighting spirit of the blood ape race. The heavenly inspector heavenly ambassador and the other heavenly court emperors only smiled contemptuously when they heard this. Both Monarch North Kun and Monarch South Rock remained silent. Even so, even if they joined forces, how long could they resist? If they joined forces, even the heavenly inspector heavenly ambassador would not be able to resist. Even if Emperor Araki Takashi was behind Heaven Wasteland Domain, he was far away in the Sword Domain and could not be in two places at all. If they stood out now, it was almost equivalent to courting death. The Frost Dragon Emperor and the Lord of the Flower Domain both looked troubled. Emperor Araki Takashi had once saved the Dragon Domain and the Flower Domain. They all wanted to help Heaven Wasteland Domain and Su Zimo to survive this calamity. However, in the current situation, even if the two of them stood out, it would not help. Just as they were hesitating, the heavenly inspector heavenly ambassador waved his hand with a cold expression and said indifferently, "Leave none of the living beings of Heaven Wasteland Domain in the main hall alive. Kill anyone who dares to stop us." Emperor Baikuan, Emperor Nanping, and the others were shocked. The last sentence was obviously said for them to hear. The Lord of the Light Domain laughed sinisterly and his eyes lit up. He immediately stared at Su Zimo and pounced toward him. In the main hall of Heaven Wasteland, more than 100 heavenly emperor experts attacked at the same time. The entire main hall could not withstand it and was on the verge of collapse. Su Zimo was the Lord of Heaven Wasteland Domain, the 12th grade creation Qinglian, and Araki Takashi. Almost in an instant, dozens of heavenly emperor experts pounced toward Su Zimo. Seeing this scene, Emperor Baikuan, Emperor Nanping, and the others looked gloomy and lowered their heads slightly, unable to bear to watch. Roar! The old ape roared angrily and released a perfect world. However, under the impact of dozens of heavenly emperor experts, his world that had just been condensed was on the verge of collapse and could collapse at any time. Even if the old ape stood in front of Su Zimo, it could not protect him. Emperor Qin Yen was scared half to death by Su Zimo just now. Now that he saw this scene, he could not help but laugh. "Araki Takashi, no one can save you today." All of a sudden, the inspector heavenly ambassador seemed to have sensed something and his expression changed. He pulled Emperor Qin Yan's body and retreated quickly while shouting, "Be careful," before his voice died away. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering bang. An incomparably thick and lush tree fell from the sky, breaking through the dome of the main hall of Heaven Wasteland Domain and smashing heavily in the center of the main hall. The Lord of the Light Domain and the other heavenly emperor experts reacted quickly and retreated immediately. However, there were still more than a dozen heavenly emperor experts who did not dodge in time and were slightly distracted. The world that they condensed collapsed and their bodies were smashed into pieces. It was a tragic sight. The flesh and blood of these heavenly emperor experts mixed with the soil and were smashed into the ground by the giant tree. More than a dozen heavenly emperor experts died on the spot. Chapter 3161. Heaven Wasteland Domain. The Qinkuan Academy led by Yang Ruoxu and Imo Qin, the warring states led by Lin Lei and Lin Luo, as well as many other large and small sects, compared to the hundreds of millions of troops led by the Light World, the disparity was too great. The hundreds of millions of troops covered the sky, and many cultivators waved their weapons, their eyes flashing with excitement. Their battle cries shook the sky, like locusts passing through. Many of the Heaven Wasteland domain cultivators were not even sure if they could hold on for a breath. Whether it was a painting immortal or a chess immortal. In a war of this scale, no one would care who you were. Under the sweeping tide of war, life was like grass, and all living beings were like ants. Lin Lei and Lin Luo stood at the forefront of the warring state's army. The brother and sister looked at each other, and could see the meaning of farewell in each other's eyes. Jun Yu took down the chessboard behind her, held it horizontally in front of her chest, and looked up at the overwhelming army rushing down from the sky, her state of mind calm. She specialized in chess, and had experienced countless dangerous chess games. The scene in front of her was like the many chess games she had faced. At this point, it was no longer something that could be changed by human strength. Her entire life was a game of chess. And this chess game seemed to have come to an end. Yang Ruoxu and Qi Hong Fairy stood side by side, their expressions resolute. Mo Qing held the picture book, looked back in the direction of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, and murmured, "Unfortunately, we will never see it again." Many of the Heaven Wasteland domain cultivators had not given up, and were preparing for a final fight. But in fact, everyone knew that their resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or a moth flying into a flame. The outcome was already decided. Looking at the hundreds of millions of troops surging with murderous intent, the hearts of all the people of Heaven Wasteland domain were shrouded in a thick layer of haze, and suppressed them to the point of suffocation. Suffocation. Unwillingness. Anger. In the end, only endless despair was left. Boom. At this moment, there was suddenly an earth-shattering noise in the sky. Whether it was the people of Heaven Wasteland domain or the hundreds of millions of troops of the light world, they all subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. The sky was shattered, full of cracks. The Heavenly Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador and the other emperors of the Heavenly Courts had sealed Heaven Wasteland domain and set up a Tao barrier that had shattered. Under countless gazes, a giant tree with luxuriant branches and leaves descended from the sky. With an unstoppable force, it smashed toward the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Originally, there were many cultivators and living beings from various realms beneath the towering tree. However, wherever the giant tree passed, all the cultivators, be they Protoss true spirits or kings, were smashed into a bloody mist. The branches of the giant tree whipped the bodies of many cultivators, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere and shatter into pieces. In an instant, an unknown number of living beings died under this towering tree. The sky above Heaven Wasteland domain was originally covered by hundreds of millions of troops, and the sun could not be seen. However, the descent of this gigantic tree actually created a huge hole in the sky. The starlight in the sky shone on the land of planet Tianhuang through the hole and dispersed the haze in the hearts of the people of planet Tianhuang. What is this? Someone's eyes widened in shock as he muttered subconsciously. This giant tree looks familiar, it seems to be Builder Tree. The Divine Builder Tree of the Heaven Realm. Heavens, the Divine Builder Tree of the Heaven Realm was uprooted by someone. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. At the bottom of this towering tree, there were thousands of thick roots that were stained with a lot of soil. It was obvious that it was pulled out by someone and brought to Heaven Wasteland domain. Not to mention the people of planet Tianhuang, even the hundreds of millions of troops of the light world were shocked. The crowd was in chaos and panic, not knowing what happened. The next moment, a blood-colored figure appeared in the sky and looked down at the world. Accompanied by hundreds of millions of starlight, she slowly descended. The Divine Builder Tree opened the way and hundreds of millions of starlight surrounded it. This scene was way too shocking. The hundreds of millions of troops of the light world felt a huge pressure and their hearts trembled. They almost knelt on the ground and bowed in worship. It was an extremely beautiful woman. Black hair, blood-red robes, and an indifferent expression. The woman's eyes moved and she looked down on everything, as if she was a ruler of the world, subduing all living beings. Although the light world and more than 100 domains had hundreds of millions of troops, they were suppressed by the aura of this blood-robed woman and did not dare to move. Between heaven and earth, there was complete silence, and all living beings were silent. All the people of planet Tianhuang also looked up at this blood-colored figure. This is. Lin Lei and Lin Luo were shocked. Their mother was already a rare peerless expert among women. Her beauty was unparalleled and not inferior to men, but compared to this blood-robed woman, she seemed to be somewhat inferior. Yang Ruoxu, Mo Qing, Junyu, Xia Qingying, many cultivators of Heaven Wasteland Domain looked at this blood-robed woman, and there was only one thought left in their minds. How could there be such a woman in this world? Blood Butterfly Demon Empress, Blood Butterfly Demon Empress. At this moment, the ice butterfly that had landed on Mo Qing's shoulder suddenly flew up, looking extremely excited. There was even a trace of crying in her voice as she shouted, "It's the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress of my butterfly clan. It's her. The legendary Blood Butterfly Demon Empress. The Tao companion of Emperor Araki Takashi." Many cultivators were greatly shocked. No wonder. Looking at this figure, Mo Qing did not have the slightest desire to compare. She only thought in her heart, only such a woman, together with Emperor Araki Takashi, would be a true immortal couple, a match made in heaven. No matter who it was, whether male or female, in front of the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress, they would unconsciously feel a sense of inferiority. Under the shocked, worshipful, and excited gazes of the people of Heaven Wasteland Domain, they saw a huge immortal boat flying out from behind the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress. On the bow of the boat stood a Demon Emperor, the Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor, the Divine Elephant Demon Emperor, the Bays Demon Emperor. The Demon Chi on the immortal boat soared to the sky. The Great Wasteland Domain's demon race army had arrived. Daiyu waved her hand, her blood-colored sleeves fluttering, and softly uttered a word, "Kill." Roar. Many demon kings and true spirits erupted into bursts of battle cries, leading the Great Wasteland Demon Army, charging into the hundreds of millions of troops of the light world. Tens of thousands of demons roared, tens of thousands of beasts charged. The army of the light world was in disarray from the impact, and their formation was in chaos. Cultivators of Heaven Wasteland Domain is saved, let's kill our way back. Lin Lei stood in the air, looking excited, waving his arms and shouting. Yang Ruoxu of Qinkuan Academy also rushed to the front, shouting, "Fellow Taoists, don't give up, the Tao companion of the Sector Lord is here to save us, Heaven Wasteland Domain will not be destroyed." Hearing this, the morale of the people of Heaven Wasteland Domain was greatly boosted, and their blood surged. The Tao companion of the Sector Lord, the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress, was here. Heaven Wasteland Domain could still be saved. The outcome of this battle had not been decided yet. Fight, fight, fight. In despair, the people of Heaven Wasteland Domain reignited hope, roaring loudly, no longer fearful, no longer escaping, and erupting with an astonishing will. At the same time, in a corner of Heaven Wasteland Domain, hundreds of millions of figures flew out, like ghosts, holding two sabers, and with flesh wings on their backs, rushing into the crowd of the Light World Army, wantonly killing. The Rakshasa race had arrived. Heaven Wasteland Domain. Chapter 3162. Heaven Wasteland Main Hall. Everyone looked at the giant tree descending from the sky. Their minds were greatly shaken, and their faces changed color. This was the Divine Builder Tree of the Heaven Domain? Who pulled out the Divine Builder Tree of the Heaven Domain? Moreover, it was thrown into the Heaven Wasteland Main Hall and killed more than a dozen Imperial Emperors. Just how much power did this throw unleash? Even the worlds of more than a dozen Imperial Emperors could not withstand it and collapsed instantly. Their bodies were torn apart and suppressed under the Divine Builder Tree. A blank area appeared around Su Zimo again. Thousands of thick roots of the Divine Builder Tree whipped down, but did not hurt Su Zimo at all. Outside the main hall, the battle cries shook the sky. The situation had changed. Then, in a large blood mist, Dai Yu, who was dressed in a blood-red robe, descended from the sky and came to Su Zimo's side. Everyone in Heaven Wasteland main hall was invigorated when they saw her. The Blood Butterfly Demon Emperor of the Great Wasteland Domain. Everyone thought that only the Blood Butterfly Demon Emperor of the Great Wasteland Domain had such means. Emperor Bei Kuan, Emperor Nanpang, Ice Dragon Emperor and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not dare to be enemies with the Heavenly Court, deep in their hearts, they did not want the Heaven Wasteland Domain to be destroyed. Seeing Dayu appear, they also realized that there would be more changes in today's battle. However, Dayu was seriously injured in the Battle of the Great Wasteland, and it was unknown whether she had recovered. Even if she recovered, it was unknown whether she could withstand more than 100 Imperial Emperors. After all, the situation today was more serious than the Battle of the Great Wasteland. There were 50 Imperial Emperors from the Heavenly Court alone. Moreover, there was also the Divine Inspector, who was known as the strongest in the Heavenly Court. Seeing Dayu's arrival, Su Zimo felt relieved and asked with a smile, "Such a big commotion?" He really did not expect that Dayu would pull out the Divine Builder Tree and bring it to the Heaven Wasteland Domain. Moreover, she had already gained the upper hand before they even met. Dayu said, "I could have arrived earlier, but when I passed by the Heaven Domain, I saw that the Divine Builder Tree's life force was fading away. If it stayed in the Heaven Domain, it would not live for long." Wu Dao's original body and Dayu left at the same time. Dayu was indeed a little late. It turned out that she was delayed in the Heaven Realm. Furthermore, Su Zimo also noticed that some of the branches and leaves on the Divine Builder Tree had already withered and was surrounded by a deathly aura. Was it related to buried heaven? Su Zimo frowned slightly. "I didn't want to bother with it at first, but this builder tree had already gained intelligence and asked me for help. So I plucked it out and brought it to Heaven Wasteland Domain." Dayu said, "Heaven Wasteland Domain has just been established. This Jinmu tree is a gift to Heaven Wasteland Domain." Dayu's words were said casually, but everyone present was secretly speechless. Monarch North Kuan, Monarch South Rock, and the other world lords grinned. This Blood Butterfly Demon Empress made a big move the moment she made a move. She casually gave a gift and directly uprooted the divine tree of the heavenly realm. Hearing Dayu's words, the Divine Builder Tree trembled slightly. The remaining green leaves swayed along with it, releasing a feeling of gratitude and joy. This Builder Tree had already treated the Heaven Wasteland Domain as its home. In this short period of time, the thousands of thick roots had continuously penetrated deep into the ground and took root here. The Divine Builder Tree was the most sensitive to the Yuan Qi of the universe. The environment here was obviously much better than the heavenly realm. Lin Zhan, Feng Cantian, and the others looked at each other, secretly delighted. Although Heaven Wasteland Domain had the Carefree Tree, Immortal Willow, Seven Treasures Tree, Immortality Peach Tree, Immortal Peach Tree, for Great Spirit Roots, it mainly depended on Su Zimo's 12th grade creation Qinglian. Once Su Zimo left, the cultivation environment of Heaven Wasteland Domain would become worse. Now, with the Divine Builder Tree guarding Heaven Wasteland Domain, even if Su Zimo left, it would not have much impact on Heaven Wasteland Domain. Of course, these were all secondary. For Heaven Wasteland Domain, the most important thing was to survive the great calamity at hand. The Nine-Tailed Demon Empress, Divine Elephant Demon Empress, and Baizé Demon Empress also followed the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress into the main hall. More than 10 Rakshasa race emperors flew in from outside. However, these Rakshasa race emperors had just stepped into the Emperor realm and could not play a key role in the Emperor battle. Emperor Qin Yan's eyes flashed coldly when he saw Dayu. Unlike Emperor Araki Takashi, he did not have much fear in front of Dayu. When he saw Dayu arrive and casually chat with Su Zimo in front of everyone, a fire of jealousy rose in his eyes and his face darkened. "Shui Dai, without Araki Takashi's help, you can't save Heaven Wasteland Domain." Emperor Qin Yan's eyes were cold as he said slowly, "You can't pass the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador alone." As soon as he finished speaking, the battle in the Sword Realm suddenly paused for a moment, as if something major had happened. Everyone subconsciously looked up. Through the water screen, they saw Emperor Rocky Takashi standing in a pool of blood and flames. The Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian who had been fighting with him had been destroyed in body and soul, and not even his bones were left. Hiss. Even though they were not in the battlefield of the Sword Realm, this scene still made many Heavenly Court emperors feel a chill. It should be said that the battle had just begun. Just before Daiyu arrived, they saw Wu Dao's original body punch out, and the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian went up to meet it. In the blink of an eye, the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian had died. There were only 9 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors in the entire Heavenly Court. The battle had just begun and one of them had already died. Daiyu retracted her gaze and said indifferently, "This Inspector Heavenly Ambassador is only SOSO." The Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's expression was ugly. He secretly tore a few message talismans and turned them into streams of flowing light, entering the void and disappearing. The situation was not right. He had to let the remaining 5 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors and Heavenly Emperor experts come down to the lower domain in advance. "You are the Blood Butterfly Demon Emperor, let me test your skills." The Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian roared, "Kill!" Roar. The Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. His chi and blood surged and he shook his body, wanting to transform into his original body. Emperor Qin Yan's body was huge and he also wanted to transform into his original body to fight with Daiyu. Swoosh. Suddenly, both of their visions blurred as a blood shadow flashed. Daiyu had already closed in and her chi and blood surged as a bloodline phenomenon appeared behind her. The pupils on the blood-colored butterfly's wings locked onto the two of them. At the same time, Daiyu struck. Her fair palms enveloped the skies and slapped towards the top of their heads. The pupils on the blood-colored wings seemed to contain an extremely powerful Dao technique that could vaguely suppress the bloodlines of the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian and Emperor Qin Yan. As for Daiyu's palm, it seemed weak and fair but it contained an extremely terrifying power. Even the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian could sense the aura of death. She was that strong? The Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian's heart skipped a beat. He did not have time to transform into his true body and could only extend his palm to resist. Bang! Bang! Both parties clashed head-on. The Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian and Emperor Qin Yan shuddered and their bones creaked. Their teeth ached and they nearly fell off from the impact. Emperor Qin Yan's face was pale and filled with fear. Daiyu's combat strength was clearly much stronger than during the Battle of the Great Wilderness. Before the two of them could catch their breaths, Daiyu lunged forward once more. Bang! 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 The three of them exchanged blows consecutively and the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Tian and Emperor Qin Yan were forced to retreat. Under Daiyu's suppression, they could not even transform into their true bodies. Chapter 3163. Boom! 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 The other Empyrean emperors of the heavenly courts, the Lord of Light and the other Empyrean emperors formed their own worlds and attacked Daiyu. Among the Empyrean emperors, the strongest were the Emissary Inspector Heavens and Emperor Green Flame. If the two of them were to be killed by Daiyu like the Emissary Inspector Heavens of the Sword World, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the heavenly courts. Roar! Emperor Green Flame roared. Although his body was not completely transformed, his dragon head was still menacing. He opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying dragon breath in Daiyu's direction. This dragon breath was mixed with an extremely terrifying green flame. It was still at the level of Dao. A forbidden skill was released. If they were to continue being suppressed by Daiyu, the two of them would probably be killed before they could even transform into their true forms. The Emissary Inspector Heaven's eyes lit up as he channeled his essence spirit and released a forbidden skill as well. The firmament split open as an extremely old dragon claw appeared. It seemed to have come from the end of the river of time as it slapped down towards Dayu. The bloodline aura emanating from the dragon claw could suppress all living beings. Even the blood butterfly phenomenon behind Dayu flickered as though it would be destroyed at any moment. Adjudication. The Lord of Light's body surged with golden blood chi as a bloodline phenomenon appeared behind him. An ancient pyramid appeared with countless living beings kneeling beneath it. The Lord of Light stood at the top of the pyramid as streams of white energy flew out from the heads of the living beings endlessly and gathered towards the Lord of Light. The Lord of Light clenched his fists in front of him as the white energy gathered continuously. In his palms, a resplendent gigantic sword was formed. Swash! The Lord of Light swung forward. The gigantic sword was incomparably sacred as though it could sever all Tao arts. It was a forbidden skill that belonged to the Protoss, adjudication. The battle between the two sides had just begun and they pushed it to the limits without holding back as they released multiple forbidden skills. There was no way Dayu could ignore such attacks. With that, she could no longer maintain her powerful attacks to suppress the emissary Inspector Heavens and Emperor Green Flame. Dayu's figure suddenly vanished. Two strange red moons suddenly appeared in the sky. Under the illumination of these two crimson moons, a gigantic butterfly vaguely appeared, overlooking the world, its wings trembling slightly. Whoosh! With just a slight flap, endless storms were stirred up on the battlefield, sweeping in all directions and destroying all life. It was unstoppable. Dayu's forbidden technique, Blood Moon Storm. The green flames that Emperor Blue Flame spewed out were almost extinguished by this storm. The dragon breath was also about to dissipate. Shocking wounds appeared on the ancient dragon claw that was descending from the sky. Although the dragon claw was still slamming down, its power was rapidly diminishing. Before the Sword of Judgment released by the Lord of Light could land on Dayu, it was torn apart by the bloody storm. Not only that, under the sweeping of the storm, the pyramid beneath the Radiant Lord also collapsed. Ah! The Radiance World Overlord screamed in agony as countless wounds appeared on his body. Golden blood splattered all over the battlefield, and his body was covered in wounds. Seizing the opportunity, Emperor Lord Azure Flame and the Emissary Inspector Heavens reverted to their true forms. Their auras surged and their powers rose continuously. Boom! Boom! The two of them propped up another world and combined with the power of the two forbidden techniques, they barely managed to block Dayu's terrifying forbidden technique. As for the Radiance World Overlord, he was already deep in the storm. Whether it was his world or his physical body and bloodline, he was no match for the Emissary Inspector Heavens and Emperor Blue Flame. Although they were all peak emperors, there was no clear division between peak emperors and great emperors. As a result, the difference in power between peak emperors was huge. After the Radiance World Overlord released the forbidden technique, if he could withdraw from the center of the battlefield immediately, he could still save his life. Now, when he realized that the situation was not good, it was already too late. His understanding of Dayu was still the same as when he witnessed the Battle of the Great Wilderness. But in the past 100 years, Dayu had risen to another level. Although she had not become a great emperor, in the Battle of the Great Wilderness, even without Wu Dao's original body, she still had the power to fight. Back then, when Dayu released the Blood Moon Storm, she could not withstand the power of this forbidden technique and her physical body would be torn apart. But now, Dayu, who was in the eye of the blood-colored storm, was calm and unharmed from head to toe. Whoosh! The storm howled. Under everyone's gaze, the Radiance World Overlord's flesh was being torn apart by this bloody storm, constantly peeling off from his body. In the blink of an eye, the Radiance World Overlord was only left with a golden skeleton standing on the spot. His eyes flickered with a faint light, filled with fear. Bang! In the next moment, the Radiance World Overlord's skeleton was also blown away by the bloody storm. The faint light in his eyes was completely extinguished. The Radiance World Overlord had fallen. The aftershock of the collision of the forbidden techniques was not limited to this. The dozen or so emperors who did not manage to escape in time were swept into the storm of the collision of the forbidden techniques and were buried here. Although the emissary Inspector Heavens and Emperor Blue Flame had broken free from Dai Yu's suppression and reverted to their original bodies, their battle strength had increased greatly, but they had also paid a heavy price. The Radiance World Overlord had fallen, in addition to the dozen or so emperors. Of course, almost all the emperors who had fallen came from the Radiance World and other worlds. In their eyes, the emperors of the Middle Worlds were just ants. No matter how many casualties there were, they did not care. After the emissary Inspector Heavens and Emperor Blue Flame reverted to their original bodies, they unleashed their maximum battle strength and led the remaining emperors to finally stabilize the situation and resist Dai Yu's attacks. The Old Ape, Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor, Divine Elephant Demon Emperor, Baizai Demon Emperor, and a group of Rakshasa Emperors all joined the battle and tried their best to help Dai Yu hold back some emperors. For example, the Old Ape alone was holding back 3 peak emperors. But even so, the number of emperors surrounding Dai Yu remained at around 100. The emissary Inspector Heavens had unleashed his full power and displayed his peak battle strength. He was indeed worthy of being the strongest person in firmament below the great emperor. Only he could fight Dai Yu head-on. With the emissary Inspector Heavens resisting and neutralizing most of Dai Yu's attacks and power, together with Emperor Blue Flame and the other 100 emperors, Dai Yu was unable to gain any advantage. The other emperors had seen Dai Yu's methods and were even more careful with their attacks. When they saw that the situation was not good, they would retreat immediately. With the emissary Inspector Heavens and Emperor Blue Flame holding back most of Dai Yu's attention, it would be difficult for her to succeed and kill the surrounding emperors. North Kuan, South Peng, what are you waiting for? The Old Ape roared at Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Peng, and the others who were watching from the sidelines. At this moment, you are still hesitating? If Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Peng, Frost Dragon Emperor, and the Flower Domain Master were willing to help and stand on the side of Heaven Wasteland Domain, they could help Dai Yu take away some of the emperors. Perhaps, this little change would reduce the pressure on Dai Yu and affect the final direction of the battle and break the balance. Chapter 3164. Without waiting for Emperor Bei Kuan and the others to speak, the Heavenly Inspector Heavenly Ambassador sneered. While fighting against Dai Yu, she said faintly, you'd better think carefully about the consequences of going against the Heavenly Court. Emperor Bei Kuan, Emperor Nan Peng, and the other 2 sector lords frowned, looking troubled. It was not that they could not differentiate between right and wrong and did not want to help the Heaven Wasteland Domain. It was just that they really did not dare to take the risk. Once they chose to help the Heaven Wasteland Domain, it meant that they would be standing against the Heavenly Court. For many eras, which force that went against the Heavenly Court had a good ending? Some people were imprisoned forever in the sinful land, never to see the light of day, living a life worse than death. Some realms were completely wiped out from the Middle Thousand Domains. Occasionally, when they were mentioned, they would attract the disdain of others. Since ancient times, there had been countless people who dared to challenge the Heavenly Court, including several ancient great emperors. But in the end, which one of them had a good ending? Although Emperor Araki Takashi was strong, he had not become a great emperor. In the past few eras, even numerous imperial emperors had perished successively, and they even carried the infamy of being a sinner. So, how great could a mere martial monarch desolate do? Now, Emperor Araki Takashi seemed powerful and invincible, but the true master of the Heavenly Court had yet to take action. Once the Emperor of the Heavenly Court took action, no one in the Middle Thousand Domains would be able to stop him. Time and time again, the Heavenly Court had failed. Every failure would bring great pain to the living beings of the Middle Thousand Domains, and it would take countless years to recover. Emperor Bei Kuan and Emperor Nan Peng silently lowered their heads, not daring to meet the Old Ape's eyes. They could not bear this responsibility. Once they chose to go against the Heavenly Court, the newly born Kuan Peng realm would very likely be destroyed. The Frost Dragon Emperor was silent. She was the master of the dragon's domain, and shouldered the hope of reviving the dragons. Once she stood against the Heavenly Court, not to mention reviving the dragons might not even survive this lifetime. But if not for Emperor Araki Takashi, the dragons would have been destroyed, and even she would not have survived until now. This was an extremely difficult choice for her. On one hand, it meant the destruction of the dragons. On the other hand, it signified righteousness and gratitude. Finally, the Frost Dragon Emperor heavily slammed her dragon-headed walking stick on the ground and said in a deep voice, "I will give up my life and fight against the heaven. I only hope that no matter what happens to the dragon realm in the future, my clansmen will not resent me." The Frost Dragon Empress had already stepped forward, prepared to die. Sword World. At the beginning of the Empyrean battle, Wu Dao's true body had withstood the attacks of nearly 300 Empyrean lords and forcefully killed an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, instantly changing the situation. The remaining 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors and 2 Heavenly Court's young masters were unable to withstand Wu Dao's true body despite using all their strength. From start to finish, Wu Dao's true body hadn't even released his world. He had only revolved his blood essence and relied on his body and bloodline to push forward. Other than the 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors, the other Empyrean lords, including the perfected worlds of the peak Empyrean lords, could not withstand a single punch from Wu Dao. No divine weapon, no secret art, no immortal art, no matter what, they were no match for a single punch from Wu Dao himself. It was unstoppable, like a hot knife through butter. Wherever Wu Dao's true body went, people would be thrown off their feet. The forbidden arts released by the 2 Heavenly Court's young masters, Empyrean Lord Biyao and Empyrean Lord Xianxin, were destroyed by Wu Dao's true body with 2 casual punches. It did not even stir up a single ripple. The 2 Heavenly Court's young masters were appalled. They were nearly scared out of their wits. This Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi was clearly a lot stronger and more terrifying than during the battle in the vast wilderness. They had never seen such means before. That was a forbidden art. Yet, it was destroyed by Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi with 2 casual punches. The 2 forbidden arts failed to stop Wu Dao's true body for even a moment. Seeing Wu Dao's true body approach them, the 2 Heavenly Court's young masters had no time to escape. If not for the 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors arriving in time to save them, Empyrean Lord Biyao and Empyrean Lord Xianxin would have been beaten to death by Wu Dao's true body in a single exchange. Although they had saved the 2 Heavenly Court's young masters, the 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors did not have it easy. The world was on the brink of collapse from Wu Dao's true body's 2 punches. It was covered in cracks. Immense forces surged into their bodies through the world's cracks. The 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors spat out large mouthfuls of blood from the blows. All they could do was drag Empyrean Lord Biyao and Empyrean Lord Xianxin into the crowd to avoid the brunt of the blows. They could not fight. They could not fight at all. The 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors' faces were pale. They claimed to be the strongest experts beneath the great emperor, but in front of Wu Dao's true body, they probably would not last more than 3 punches before being hammered to death on the spot. Thankfully, they had already sent a message to inform the other Inspector Heavenly Court's Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors to provide immediate reinforcements. Perhaps, they would be able to hold back Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi by joining forces. Kill the bunch of people from the Sword World. Don't stop him. It's like striking a stone with an egg. White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador roared, reminding the other Empyrean Lord experts to disperse and begin their massacre of the Sword World. No matter how strong Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi was, it was impossible for him to take care of everyone. Only by doing so could they stall for time to the greatest extent, diverting Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi's attention. It had to be said that White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's change in strategy was rather timely. If the bunch of Empyrean Lord experts were to continue gathering together to fight Wu Dao's true body, they would probably be crushed and reduced to corpses beneath the feet of Wu Dao's true body. In just a short while, the number of Empyrean Lord experts had plummeted. There were less than 200 of them. Half of the 6 realm lords of the celestial tribute world had been killed by Wu Dao's true body with 2 punches. Now, the Empyrean Lord experts were scattered everywhere as they charged into the Sword World continent to engage in a massacre. Not only did they cause considerable damage to the cultivators of the Sword World, it would also take a lot of time for Wu Dao's true body to chase after them one by one. It was not only the Empyrean Lords. The cultivators of the Stone World, Heavenly Vision World, Golden Crow World and other super worlds were also in a killing frenzy. When Wu Dao's true body sensed this scene, his expression was cold as he said slowly, "All of you are courting death." The moment he said that, 10 ancient and thick gates of hell appeared behind Wu Dao's true body. The gigantic gates stood in the starry cosmos and emitted a shuddering aura. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard from every single gate. Before the cultivators could react, figures rushed out of the 9 gates of hell. They were densely packed like carps crossing the river as they charged into the crowd and began a massacre. Those living beings came from the 9 hells and were bloodthirsty and ferocious. Their bodies were filled with the aura of the netherworld. They were true living beings of hell. Apart from sword cultivators, kill everyone else. The voice of Wu Dao's true body was extremely cold. Initially, he did not intend to use the army from hell at this moment. He had prepared this army of hell for the heavenly courts. In the current battlefield, apart from the heavenly courts and the celestial tribute world, there were also the heavenly vision world, the stone world and the golden crow world that came from the medium-class worlds. Originally, Wu Dao's true body still had some leeway and did not want to kill these worlds. However, the living beings of these worlds were not lenient towards the cultivators of the sword world at all. They were completely intent on killing them all. Seeing that, Wu Dao's true body no longer held back. He opened the gates of hell and released the bloodthirsty army. Chapter 3165. This group of living beings from hell had a natural hatred and disgust towards cultivators from the middle world. Fortunately, in this life, Wu Dao's true body was overseeing hell. With the help of Princess Yufei, he had subdued and tamed this ferocious and bloodthirsty army of hell. Otherwise, if such an army of hell suddenly descended and was completely uncontrollable, it would be a huge disaster for the middle world. Wu Dao's true body secretly brought the living beings from hell who had a chance of stepping into the Arch Realm, such as Hell Lord Ku Quan and the others, to the great wasteland world through the gates of hell. After all, it was once a hell that was comparable to the middle world. There were many experts. However, because hell was in ruins, this group of living beings from hell had always been suppressed, so they were unable to step into the Arch Realm. With the help of the complete heaven and earth and Tao techniques of the middle world, hundreds of living beings from hell stepped into the Arch Realm. Such an army of hell had been suppressed in the dark and gloomy hell for countless years. Now that they had descended into the middle world, they erupted with astonishing combat strength. The living beings from hell were fearless and excited to the extreme. They rushed into the crowd and started a massacre. The battlefield was in chaos. The cultivator armies of the Heavenly Eye World, Stone World, Golden Crow World, and other super worlds were scattered by the army of hell. Many cultivators of the Sword World also obtained a chance to catch their breaths. Without any worries, Wu Dao's true body once again pursued the Imperial Emperor experts of the Heavenly Court and the Celestial Tribute World. With a casual step, he could cross the endless starry sky and travel freely on the battlefield. No Imperial Emperor expert could block the attack of Wu Dao's true body. Wu Dao's true body arrived in front of the other party. With a casual punch, an Imperial Emperor expert died. The number of Imperial Emperors on the battlefield was rapidly decreasing. The realm lords of the Heavenly Eye World, Stone World, and Golden Crow World were pale. They already had the intention to retreat and trembled. If this continued, before the Sword World was destroyed, the Imperial Emperor experts they brought with them would all die here. The 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors were also livid with shock and bewilderment. The situation was not good. According to Empyrean Lord Biyao and Empyrean Lord Azure Flame's description, the few Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors should be able to deal with Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi in the lower realm. But who would have thought that in just over 100 years, Emperor Araki Takashi's battle prowess was much stronger than what the three young masters of the heavenly court had described. Rumble. At this moment, a loud noise came from the sky. Soon after, an enormous crack appeared in the heavens, emitting a heart-palpitating pressure. Faint immortal sounds could be heard, and the vital energy was rich. 5 figures appeared, standing in the air, looking down at the battlefield of Sword World with cold expressions. On the waists of these 5 figures hung tokens unique to the heavenly court. On them were the words Jun, Min, Yu, Zhu, and Yang. The 5 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors, Jun Tian, Min Tian, Yu Tian, Zhu Tian, and Yang Tian, rushed over immediately without having the time to gather manpower after receiving the call for help from the medium-class world. On the battlefield, the 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors who were hiding in the crowd with the 2 young masters of the heavenly courts used the arch weapons and the chaotic battlefield to hide their tracks, avoiding the pursuit of Wu Dao's true body. Upon seeing this scene, the 2 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors finally heaved a sigh of relief. With the 7 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors joining forces, even if they were unable to kill Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi, they could hold him back as much as possible while waiting for reinforcements from the Heavenly Court's army. However, White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador suddenly realized that Wu Dao's true body had vanished. White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador was alarmed. He looked around but failed to find any traces of Wu Dao's true body. Be careful. He seemed to think of something as he turned his head abruptly. He looked at the 5 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors who had descended from the sky and warned them loudly. Wu Dao's true body was definitely going to kill the 5 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors. The 5 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors who had just descended knew almost nothing about Empyrean Lord Araki Takashi. They had only heard that the 4 young masters of the heavenly courts had suffered greatly in the dimensional realm, but they did not know how powerful their opponents were. Furthermore, over the years, there was almost no one beneath the great Emperor realm that could threaten them. Even the powerful Empyrean lords under Fiend Lord and Ghost Mother would not be able to gain much of an advantage against them. Under such psychological influence, if they were targeted by Wu Dao's true body, they would definitely be severely injured. Just as expected. Just as White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's warning sounded, Wu Dao's true body had already descended in front of Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yu Tian. His lifeblood rumbled as his body seemed to burn with countless flames. He raised his hand and punched out like a volcanic eruption, incinerating everything. For example, every time these Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors descended into a dimensional realm to patrol the heavens, all Empyrean Lord experts had to bow their heads obediently. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yu Tian had never seen such a situation before. Before he could find his footing, a purple-robed man had already appeared in front of him and struck out such a terrifying punch at him. Under this punch, all his means seemed to crumble at the first blow. Before his bloodline phenomenon could condense, it was burned to nothingness by the high temperatures produced by the punch. Before his world could take form, it was torn to shreds by the Tao-dermic vortex that revolved around the fist. This person's combat strength is probably comparable to a great emperor's. This was the final thought that flashed through Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yu Tian's mind. The next moment, his vision turned black as he lost all consciousness. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 5 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors that had just descended were once again killed by Wu Dao's true body with a single punch. The remaining 4 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors were appalled. Without a second thought, they conjured their true bodies and conjured a world. They conjured their great emperor weapons and circled around them. However, Wu Dao's true body vanished once again. He did not give the 4 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors a chance to attack him. On the battlefield of the Sword World, White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador saw Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yu Tian perish and Wu Dao's true body vanish once again. His heart suddenly turned gloomy. A strong sense of danger suddenly descended upon him. No good. White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador felt his scalp tingle as his heart sank. With Empyrean Lord Biyao in tow, he hid in the crowd with the help of the great emperor weapons. It was difficult for Wu Dao's true body to detect him. And his shout from before was equivalent to exposing himself. Boom! A huge wave of scorching energy surged forth. As White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's pupils constricted, a fist rapidly approached him. It grew in size and eventually filled his vision. A powerful suction force pulled him and Empyrean Lord Biyao towards the fist. There was no way to avoid it. Roar! White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador and Empyrean Lord Biyao roared at the same time as they pushed their lifeblood to its limits. White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador conjured another forbidden art as he punched at Wu Dao's true body's fist. Boom! When White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador and Empyrean Lord Biyao clashed with Wu Dao's true body's fist, their bodies convulsed as they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The punch was heavy and forceful. It was unstoppable. The armor on White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's body was torn apart by the punch as it fell off his body. He was already covered in wounds as his flesh and skin tore apart. Blood dyed his snow-white long hair red. Empyrean Lord Biyao was also coughing out large mouthfuls of blood as his eyes dimmed. Before the two could catch their breaths, the second punch arrived. Compared to the previous punch, it was even more ferocious and suffocating. It carried the aura of death and boundless might as it enveloped them. Chapter 3166. Middle World, in a corner of the vast cosmos. A white-browed elder hunched his back as he sat on a blank tombstone. He looked in the direction of the Sword World battlefield and muttered, "The commotion this time is too great. It will probably alarm those from the heavenly courts." On the other end of the cosmos, a thin girl also stopped in her tracks and looked at the Sword World. She suddenly asked, "If those people were to take action, should we help?" The two of them were separated by billions of kilometers of the cosmos, but they did not seem to be obstructed. They were just inches away from each other as they chatted casually. In the darkness of another cosmos, a figure slowly appeared. She looked like an old woman with a walking stick. She said slowly, "If we were to take action to resist the heavenly courts, it would mean the beginning of the War of the Heavens. A great emperor has yet to be born in a middle world. It's not the right time to attack the heavens. Besides, the great emperors have yet to take the final step." The white-browed elder did not say a word, as though he agreed with the old woman. The girl's gaze turned and landed in the direction of the heavenly realm. She narrowed her eyes and said with a cold voice, "He has gone overboard. He is also doing it to attack the heavens and to help us return to the major kiliacosm." The old woman said indifferently, as though she thought nothing of it. The little girl fell silent, but her face still revealed a trace of coldness. On the Sword World battlefield, Wu Dao's true body's second punch descended, enveloping White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador and Empyrean Lord Biyao within. Boom! There was a loud boom. White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador finally could not hold on any longer. His body reached the limits of what he could withstand as he was blasted apart by the punch. His essence soul was destroyed. And at the final critical moment, Empyrean Lord Biyao tore apart a talisman charm. The talisman charm emitted a shocking killing intent as countless dermic runes enveloped Empyrean Lord Biyao's body, carrying him in the direction of the heavenly courts. "You still want to escape this time?" Wu Dao sneered as he turned his fist into a palm and grabbed at the top of Empyrean Lord Biyao's head. The dermic runes on Empyrean Lord Biyao's body rapidly condensed, transforming into a sword that surged with killing intent. It cleaved down at Wu Dao's palm. Wu Dao's true body sensed that the dermic runes were left behind by the great emperors. If this were more than 100 years ago, it might have caused some trouble. But now, with a thought, Wu Dao summoned the prison-suppressing cauldron back to him and used it to suppress the murderous longsword. There was a loud bang. The killing intent sword was shattered by the prison-suppressing cauldron. Wu Dao's true body's palm landed directly on the top of Emperor Biyao's head. "You can't kill me," Emperor Biyao shrieked. "Pa!" Wu Dao's main body didn't even give him a chance to say a second word. He exerted force in his palm and instantly turned his head into a bloody mist. His soul scattered, and his body and Dao vanished. When the imperial monarchs saw this scene, a wave of deep fear surged in their hearts. Since the beginning of the battle, imperial monarch Araki Takashi had killed over 100 imperial monarchs. Apart from the Empyrean emperors of the Heaven Conferment world, there were also 3 inspector heavenly ambassadors of the heavenly courts and a young master of the heavenly courts. In the battle of the Grand Desolate World in today's battle, the celestial tribute world was almost crippled by imperial monarch Araki Takashi alone. Even if the heavenly courts sent a few more inspector heavenly ambassadors, from the looks of it, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand imperial monarch Araki Takashi's attack. This battle was the focus of everyone's attention. In the 3,000 realms, countless experts were paying attention to this battle and waiting for the outcome. At that moment, not only the Heavenly Eye World, Stone World, Golden Crow World, and other worlds, even the remaining imperial monarchs of the Celestial Tribute World had the intention to retreat. The Heavenly Court's defeat was already apparent. If they didn't have any extraordinary means, it would be difficult to reverse the situation. At that moment, a heart-palpitating aura suddenly descended from the rift in the sky. This aura was so terrifying that it even made both sides who were fighting on the battlefield stop. They looked up in horror. An invisible and huge pressure enveloped the middle world. At that moment, all living beings in the 3,000 realms, regardless of their cultivation level or where they were jolted awake. They looked up at the starry sky. All living beings held their breath, anxious and uneasy. They had a feeling that a great disaster was about to befall them. It was as if this world was about to usher in the end. Not only on the battlefield of the Sword World, the battle on the Heaven Wasteland Domain's side also gradually came to a stop. This pressure. Daiyu's face revealed a rare trace of solemnity. Only a great emperor could make all living beings in the 3,000 realms feel such a huge pressure. Ants. At that moment, a fierce shout suddenly came from the rift in the sky. When it landed in the middle world, it was like a sudden clap of thunder, bursting forth with endless majesty. Not to mention the low-level cultivators, even the imperial monarchs present almost knelt to the ground under this fierce shout. Their ears were buzzing and their minds were blank. It was as if the word ants was berating them. The Iron Crown Elder's face was pale. This battle had alarmed the great emperor. Not only would the Sword World and Heaven Wasteland Domain be removed, even imperial monarch Araki Takashi. Unlike the imperial monarchs of the Sword World and Heaven Wasteland Domain, the imperial monarchs of the Heavenly Court breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this voice. The inspector heavenly ambassadors were also relieved. They did not have the slightest confidence in facing imperial monarch Araki Takashi. The imperial monarchs from the White Sky Empire looked excited, but also somewhat sad and indignant. A White Sky Emperor could not help but cry out sorrowfully, "Master, the inspector heavenly ambassadors and young master have just been killed by Araki Takashi. Araki Takashi, Araki Takashi." In the crack in the sky, low moans reverberated. No one dared to speak, for fear of disturbing the person in the heavenly court. The atmosphere between heaven and earth was extremely oppressive. At this moment, Wu Dao stood in the air and only slightly raised his head. Because he was wearing the Mo Luo mask, no one could see his expression. If someone could see through it, they would be surprised to find that Wu Dao's expression was much calmer than they imagined. Araki Takashi, Araki Takashi. The low murmur continued to reverberate. Then, it came to an abrupt stop. "How dare you!" A loud roar sounded in the sky, accompanied by a vast and majestic pressure. A large hand passed through the rift in the sky and slammed down toward Imperial Monarch Araki Takashi in the starry sky. This large hand blotted out the sky and contained an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. As soon as it arrived in the middle world, the surrounding stars were instantly destroyed and turned into dust. The starry sky trembled and the sky darkened. A great emperor had attacked. Some of the sword cultivators of the Sword World could not withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground. This enormous hand that blotted out the sky didn't just want to crush the martial Tao true body to death, it also enveloped the entire sword world, wanting to annihilate the sword world beneath its palm. Even the monarchs outside the battlefield felt their hearts tremble when they sensed this aura. The gap was too great. This was the power of a great emperor. There was no way to contend against it. Heaven Wasteland Domain. Emperor North Kun and Emperor South Peng sighed softly when they saw this scene. They did not help Heaven Wasteland Domain because they were worried that this battle would alarm a great emperor. A great emperor was enough to quell everything. Chapter 3167. In this middle world, no one had ever seen a great emperor in action. What kind of scene would that be? Although Wu Dao's true body had seen a great emperor before, he had never fought one. He did not know how powerful a great emperor was. Only at this moment did he feel the power of a great emperor that caused the cosmos to tremble, the heavens to tremble, and all races to submit. It was very powerful. It was unprecedentedly powerful. It even made him feel immense pressure. If it were 100 years ago, he would definitely not have been able to withstand such a palm strike without using the origin martial grotto heaven. But today was different from the past. In 100 years, Dai Yu had improved tremendously. Wu Dao's true body was also transforming. After the battle of the Grand Desolate World, Wu Dao's true body's origin martial grotto heaven had stepped into the Arch Realm and transformed into the origin martial world. The origin martial world was his Wu Dao body. Even without using the origin martial world, he could easily suppress many peak imperial lords and shatter a perfected world with just his physical body and bloodline power. After the two true bodies met, Wu Dao's true body had fused the three Dao fires of Qinglian's true body into his body, causing the might of Wu Dao's furnace and martial tempering universe to be greatly enhanced. In the previous battle, Wu Dao's true body had slaughtered everyone. Even the three Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors had been killed by him in 2 to 3 punches. But in fact, he had held back and had not released his full strength. At the beginning of the battle, Wu Dao's true body had guessed that this battle would very likely alarm the Heavenly Court's great emperor. He had to hold back. And all of these backup plans were for this moment. Facing the huge hand that blotted out the sky, Wu Dao's true body roared into the sky. He pushed his lifeblood to its limits as a rumbling sound came from his body. The next moment, a huge flaming furnace appeared between heaven and earth, standing tall in the cosmos. Bloodline phenomenon, Wu Dao's furnace. This gigantic blazing furnace even enveloped the gigantic hand descending from the sky. 9 blazing flames burned fiercely, intending to refine this gigantic hand. Humph. A cold snort came from above the heavenly court, and the tone was filled with disdain. The gigantic hand suddenly turned blood-red as a massive amount of blood qi filled the entire furnace. It clashed with the 9 flames and sizzled. Under the suppression of this blood-red hand, the 9 flames continued to weaken and even showed signs of extinguishing. Wu Dao's furnace couldn't block the sky-covering hand at all. Instead, it kept shaking and was about to be smashed into pieces by the sky-covering hand. Whoosh! Wu Dao's true body activated his divine sense and released a world. Martial refining universe. Nether Ghost Fire, Red Lotus Karmic Fire, Calamity Fire, Vermilion Bird Dao Fire, Hell Fire, Immortal Dao Fire, Buddhist Dao Fire, Devil Dao Fire, and Martial Soul Fire. 9 great flames gathered in the universe and transformed into 9 fire dragons that roared at the sky. The 9 fire dragons circled around Wu Dao's furnace, causing the 9 fire auras in Wu Dao's furnace to increase greatly, and the fire was ignited once again. The heaven and earth furnace, under the burning of the divine fire inside and outside, was burned red and transparent. Even the gigantic hand that covered the sky was emitting billowing green smoke. Martial refining universe combined with Wu Dao's furnace allowed Wu Dao's power to be unleashed to the extreme. All the living beings of the middle world were dumbfounded when they saw this scene, and their faces were full of shock. Even the Sword World's elder with the Iron Crown and the Heaven Wasteland Domain's Emperor experts had a look of disbelief on their faces. The battle strength of Emperor Araki Takashi had reached such a level that he was in a stalemate with the great emperor. Under the starry sky, the sky-covering hand seemed to be in pain and couldn't continue to suppress it. Instead, it wanted to withdraw its palm. But Wu Dao's true body didn't give it this chance. After martial refining universe and Wu Dao's furnace, another loud sound came from the starry sky. 10 huge ancient portals descended, and pressure surged. Under the will of Wu Dao's true body, they exerted force at the same time and suppressed the sky-covering hand. Boom! There was a deafening sound, and heaven and earth trembled. The 10 portals of hell smashed heavily into the sky-covering hand. The next moment, blood mist filled the sky, and a large amount of blood rain sprinkled down. The blood of a great emperor. All the living beings of the middle world were in an uproar. 3,000 domains were shaken. In the Heaven Wasteland Palace, Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Rock widened their eyes and looked at the blood rain in the sky in disbelief. The two of them didn't expect that the great emperor of the heavenly court would make a move. The great emperor's palm had been shattered by Emperor Araki Takashi. Araki Takashi has probably. Emperor North Kuan's lips trembled, and he swallowed his saliva and murmured, "He has already become a great emperor." Others couldn't see through the cultivation realm of Wu Dao's true body, and didn't know that he had just stepped into the great emperor realm. But the scene in front of them almost proved that Araki Takashi was a great emperor. If he didn't have the battle strength of a great emperor, who could injure the great emperor of the heavenly court? This is a great emperor. The old man with the iron crown looked excited, and his voice trembled. He originally thought that the Sword Realm and Heaven Wasteland domain would be destroyed, and that Emperor Araki Takashi would also die. But he didn't expect that Araki Takashi would injure the great emperor of the heavenly court after making a move. Could there be a turning point in this battle? Great emperor, he is a great emperor. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. Emperor Xian Kan of the heavenly court was really frightened, and his face was pale as he suddenly exclaimed. Only a great emperor expert could fight against the great emperor of the heavenly court. The words, Great Emperor Araki Takashi, immediately caused a commotion on the battlefield of the Sword Realm. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. Someone in the Sword Realm shouted loudly. After this voice, more and more sword cultivators' blood boiled, and they shouted loudly, Great Emperor Araki Takashi, Great Emperor Araki Takashi. The sound waves rolled and spread in all directions. On the battlefield of the Sword Realm, the morale of the cultivators of the Sky Eye Realm, the Stone Realm, and the Golden Crow Realm was greatly reduced, and they were at a loss of what to do. Heaven Wasteland Domain. The Emperor cultivators of the Light Realm and more than 100 other realms were all shocked, and couldn't recover for a while. The cultivators of the more than 100 realms were filled with regret. They had followed the people of the heavenly court to Heaven Wasteland Domain, and thought that it would be a crushing situation and a killing feast. Who would have thought that they would provoke a great emperor? The many creatures of Heaven Wasteland Domain became extremely excited when they saw this scene, and they also shouted loudly. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. The creatures of Heaven Wasteland Domain originally thought that Heaven Wasteland Domain was only founded by an immortal king. But they didn't expect that the person behind Heaven Wasteland Domain was a great emperor of the human race. Not only in the Sword Realm, but also in the minds of the emperor experts of Heaven Wasteland Domain, Dragon Realm, Kuanpeng Realm, and many other realms. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. The great emperor of this era of the Middle World was born. After the fall of Great Emperor Changsheng, this era finally had a place to belong. The era of Araki Takashi. When the emperors thought of this, their hearts were filled with emotion. Like fate, the great emperor of this era of the Middle World still chose to go against the heavenly court. However, the emperors had many doubts. According to the ancient records, when a mortal of the Middle World proved his Tao, it would definitely cause the world to shake, and the great Tao to resonate. At that moment, all the beings of the 3,000 realms would be aware of it. But from the beginning to the end, such a strange movement had never occurred in the Middle World. Chapter 3168. Great the Arch? The Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors looked at the Empyrean Lord of the Celestial Tribute World with ugly expressions. The Celestial Tribute World was under the orders of the Heavenly Courts to monitor the Middle Realms. Now, a Great the Arch was born in a Middle Realm. Yet, the Heavenly Courts did not receive any news of it. What are all of you doing in the Celestial Tribute World? Are you blind? The mysterious Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador stared at the remaining 3 Celestial Tribute World Lords with a cold gaze and a sinister tone. He was truly infuriated. The Heavenly Courts did not notice such a huge matter. They had not made any preparations either. They had followed the Heavenly Court's young masters to the Sword World to fight the human Great the Arch. They were simply courting death. The 3 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors were already dead. It was only luck that allowed him to live up to this point. If they knew that a Great the Arch was in a middle realm, they would not have rashly descended. I didn't know either. Celestial Tribute Rock the Arch had a look of horror and innocence as his voice trembled. They really did not sense any phenomenon of Great Tao resonance. They were not the only ones who could sense that a Great the Arch in a middle realm had attained the Tao. Over the years, Imperial Lord Araki Takashi had been extremely high profile. He had even appeared to quell the War of Dragons and Phoenixes and the War of Kuanpeng. However, there had never been any signs that indicated that someone had attained the Tao. 3 good-for-nothings. The mysterious Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador suddenly attacked and slapped Celestial Tribute Rock Thearka's head, shattering it. His essence soul was destroyed as he died on the spot. Celestial Tribute Rock the Arch never expected the mysterious Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador to attack him. He was completely unprepared and was flabbergasted as he was slapped to death. The remaining 2 Celestial Tribute World Lords turned pale in fright. They hurriedly knelt to the ground and begged for mercy. The mysterious Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador suppressed the rage in his heart and snorted coldly. He did not continue killing. With the war about to begin, the 2 Celestial Tribute World Lords were peak Imperial Lords after all. They were still of some use. In the darkness of the vast cosmos, the old woman's voice suddenly sounded. This Araki Takashi has attained the Tao? Why don't I know about it? This voice could not be heard by others, but in 2 other corners of the starry sky, the white-browed elder and the little girl could hear it clearly. Probably not. The white-browed elder said, the last time I met him, he had just stepped into the Emperor realm not long ago. It's impossible for him to become a great emperor in 100 years. Furthermore, there will definitely be a phenomenon when one proves his Tao in a middle world. The little girl said, although he hasn't confirmed his Tao as a great emperor, his battle strength is already comparable to a great emperor. It's hard to say. The old woman smiled and said, that person from Haotian didn't use his full strength when he made his move just now. He didn't expect to run into a nail in a medium-class realm. That little injury is nothing to him. Instead, it will only enrage him. When his true body descends, it is still unknown whether this Araki Takashi can withstand it. As soon as he finished speaking, the old woman's aura suddenly disappeared, concealed. Meanwhile, a figure slowly descended from the crack in the sky. The heavens trembled and the stars dimmed. Looking at this high and mighty figure, all the beings of the myriad races had the urge to prostrate themselves in worship, unable to summon any thoughts of resistance. Endless pressure shrouded the medium-class realm, pressing down on the hearts of all the beings of the myriad races. Under such pressure, the only person who could maintain a calm expression was Wu Dao's true body in the starry sky. So, you have become the new Lord of Hell. This figure wearing a white robe stared at the 10 gates of hell around Wu Dao's true body and said slowly. His voice was like metal clashing, sonorous and powerful. Who are you? Wu Dao's true body asked faintly. I am the Lord of Haotian. There was a hint of arrogance in the white-robed man's tone. The Lord of Haotian was just a great emperor. However, this white-robed man's tone didn't seem to care about Wu Dao's true body, and he didn't even put him in his eyes. You are just bluffing. The Lord of Haotian's tone was indifferent as he said, although the Lord of Hell is suppressed in the Avicii Hell, he is not dead. His Tao seal is still in the infernal world. It is impossible for you to prove your Tao in the infernal world. As for the medium-class realms, I did not notice any traces of someone proving their Tao there. Great Emperor Araki Takashi? The Lord of Haotian sneered and spat out 2 words in a contemptuous tone, ant. As soon as his voice fell, the Lord of Haotian attacked again. His palm looked intact, as if the previous injury didn't affect him at all. The Lord of Haotian's palm came down, but Wu Dao's true body didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, he moved forward and raised his hand to punch. At the same time, he combined with Wu Dao's furnace, martial arts universe, and the 10 gates of hell to push Wu Dao's strength to the limit and burst out with a peak-killing power. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. In the center of the battlefield where the 2 figures were fighting, a huge halo burst out. The starry sky collapsed and the void shattered. The power of the collision formed a wave of power that spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed, and countless stars were turned into dust. This light was so bright that other than imperial emperors, the other cultivators couldn't withstand it. They either averted their gaze or closed their eyes. When the crowd opened their eyes again, they saw that the 2 figures in the center of the battlefield were still facing each other. The Lord of Haotian's true body had arrived, and Wu Dao's true body was facing his opponent head-on. He didn't even retreat half a step. Just this punch had completely established the name of Great Emperor Araki Takashi. After this punch, no one in the 3,000 realms doubted the name of Great Emperor Araki Takashi anymore. You have some skills. A trace of surprise flashed through the depths of the Lord of Haotian's eyes. He really didn't expect Wu Dao's true body to be able to withstand his punch. Again. The Lord of Haotian attacked again, and a long sword appeared in his palm. The sword pierced over like an antelope's horn, untraceable. This sword seemed to have escaped into the Great Tao. The Great Tao was invisible and couldn't be seen or touched at all. Wu Dao's true body felt a huge sense of danger, and his hair stood on end. This sword even made him smell a wisp of death. Suddenly, Wu Dao's true body closed his eyes. However, his eyesight and divine sense were unable to capture the traces of this sword. Only by relying on his mysterious spiritual sense and the sharpness of countless life and death experiences could he possibly resolve this sword. Wu Dao's true body remained calm, and his mind was clear. After closing his eyes and covering his facial features, a chaotic and hazy world seemed to appear in his mind. In this gray and hazy chaos, a wisp of white light was speeding toward him, stabbing between his eyebrows. Wu Dao's true body suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 balls of purple flames rose in his eyes, burning fiercely. Boom! The prison-suppressing cauldron fell from the sky and smashed into the void in front of him. There was originally nothing there. However, after the prison-suppressing cauldron smashed down, there was the sound of metal colliding, and sparks flew everywhere. A sharp sword with a biting cold killing intent appeared. The Lord of Haotian raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he hadn't expected Wu Dao's true body to be able to block his attack. Chapter 3169. Kill. Just as Wu Dao's true body was fighting the White Sky Lord, the Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors gave their orders. The battle between the Sword World and the Heaven Wasteland domain erupted once again. This time, the Sword World did not have Wu Dao's true body. It only had the Iron Crown Elder and the Emperors from the Infernal Court. They could not withstand the combined forces of the Heavenly Court, the Celestial Tribute Domain, and several other super domains. When the battle erupted, countless sword cultivators died. The Iron Crown Elder was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. He wielded his sword and fought the emperors with all his might. Wu Dao's true body noticed this scene. With a thought, the 10 gates of hell appeared on the battlefield of the Sword World under his control. The 10 gates of hell appeared, smashing and slapping anyone they saw. Apart from the inspector heavenly ambassadors, the other emperors could not withstand the suppression of the 10 gates of hell. This was because Wu Dao's true body was mostly focused on fighting the White Sky Lord. He could not unleash the full power of the 10 gates of hell. With the 10 gates of hell holding them back, the pressure on the sword world was greatly reduced. But without the support of the 10 gates of hell, coupled with the distraction, Wu Dao's true body was instantly at a disadvantage. He was completely suppressed by the White Sky Lord and was forced to retreat. Boom! The White Sky Lord propped up a world. In this world, one could clearly see a Dao imprint that vaguely condensed into a holy beast white tiger. It was murderous. The White Sky Lord released his bloodline phenomenon. Blood Qi soared behind him as the holy beast white tiger appeared and roared at Su Zimo. Roar! Accompanied by the tiger roar, the Dao imprint in the White Sky Lord's world fell off and merged with the bloodline phenomenon. It charged at Wu Dao's true body. You dare to be distracted when fighting me. The White Sky Lord's gaze was cold as he said coldly, let's see how many lives you have. He released a series of killer moves, wanting to take advantage of the situation to kill Wu Dao's true body. The world behind Wu Dao's true body was clearly a small world, but it could unleash such astonishing combat strength and fight him head-on. If this Araki Takashi didn't die, he would become a huge threat. With the support of the Dao Seal, White Sky Lord's bloodline phenomenon had clearly risen to another level. Boom! 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 The White Sky Sovereign brought a world with him as well as a bloodline phenomenon augmented by a Dao Seal. He erupted with a barrage of attacks, causing a series of deafening explosions to resound through the starry skies. The eyes of Wu Dao's true body burned with purple flames as he held up the heaven and earth furnace. With one hand holding the hell-suppressing cauldron and the other clenching into a fist, he gathered his will to resist the White Sky Lord's attack. Thud! 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 Wu Dao's true body continuously retreated. Every step he took caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The martial arts universe was on the verge of collapse, and the 9 fire dragons were no longer as strong as they were just now. The runes on the heaven and earth furnace began to dim. Under the repeated attacks of the White Sky Sovereign, they began to change shape, reaching the limits of what they could withstand. Pooh! Wu Dao's true body opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ever since Wu Dao reached greater mastery, almost no one had been able to injure him. But today, he was facing the arch from the heavenly courts without the support of the 10 gates of hell and the White Sky Lord's full strength. Under this situation, Wu Dao's true body was already injured and showed signs of defeat. Sigh. Sighs could be heard throughout the 3,000 worlds. He had still lost. It was like fate, like reincarnation. Just one the arch from the heavenly courts had descended and the arch Araki Takashi was already unable to withstand it. The light that had just lit up in the eyes of the arch North Kuan and the arch South Rock dimmed again. The hot blood in their bodies also gradually turned cold. Both of them regained their composure and remained silent. Zimo. The old man with the iron crown waved his sword like a madman, pushing away the surrounding imperial emperors. He shouted into the starry skies, recall the 10 gates of hell. Ignore us. Wu Dao's true body didn't seem to hear anything. Even though he was injured and showed signs of defeat, he still controlled the 10 gates of hell to help Sword Realm resist the heavenly court's powerful attacks. Once he recalled the 10 gates of hell, Sword Realm would be destroyed in less than half an hour. Araki Takashi. Seeing that the situation was settled, the White Sky Lord sneered with a proud expression. You're about to die and you still want to save Sword Realm? You can't kill me. Wu Dao's true body wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The purple flames in his eyes burned brighter. Even though he was injured, his battle intent didn't decrease. Instead, his aura surged. At this moment, the White Sky Lord felt a fearless, unyielding, and strong will to resist. It was as if he could see Wu Dao's true body cultivating a blazing Dao heart. The sky couldn't cover it and the earth couldn't bury it. It was as if no power in the world could shake it. Let's fight. Wu Dao's true body shouted and raised the hell-suppressing cauldron. The 4 saints' souls appeared on the cauldron and roared into the sky. Buddha phantoms surrounded them. At this moment, Wu Dao's true body's aura reached its peak, even surpassing the white sky lords. Boom! 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 The two exchanged blows again and a series of collisions broke out. A battle of forbidden techniques, bloodlines, close combat, a clash of primordial spirits, a collision of worlds. After being injured, Wu Dao's true body erupted with a strong will. The more he fought, the braver he became. His battle strength rose again, and he turned the tables on the White Sky Lord. They were evenly matched. Even with the support of the Dao Seal, the White Sky Lord still couldn't suppress Wu Dao's true body. In a corner of the vast starry sky, looking at the two figures fighting in the starry sky, the little girl suddenly said, "Although no one in the medium-class world has reached the great emperor realm, in this world, Araki Takashi is comparable to a great emperor. Let's join forces with him and start the heaven-conquering art." No. In another dark shadow, the old woman directly rejected the idea. Comparable to a great emperor, but not a great emperor of a medium-class world. Moreover, Fengdu is still a little lacking. He hasn't merged his 3 corpses. When the little girl heard this, her expression turned cold. She said coldly, "When he merges his 3 corpses, how many people will he sacrifice? It's worth it no matter how many people he sacrifices." The old woman said casually, "Otherwise, those ants will also be used by the heavenly court and become obstacles to our heaven-conquering art. Do you think it's worth it?" The little girl's tone had changed, revealing a trace of killing intent. "Enough." The white-browed old man interrupted and said indifferently, "It's not suitable for us to show up now. If we don't show up, those from the heavenly court won't dare to act rashly. At least Araki Takashi has a chance of survival. Once we show up, those from the heavenly court will also show up. Without a great emperor from a medium-class world, and Fengdu hasn't become a great emperor, it's not good for the heaven-conquering art." The little girl no longer spoke and fell silent. She also knew that the Devil Master was right. In the Devil Master's heart, he didn't care about Araki Takashi's life or death, nor did he care about all living beings in the world. He didn't even care about anyone. The Devil Master only had one goal, and that was the heaven-conquering art. But she was different. The little girl's gaze fell in the direction of the heaven realm. She gradually clenched her fists, and the coldness in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. The heaven realm was already enveloped by the aura of death. Countless plants withered, and all living beings wailed and cried. Large areas of green mountains and clear waters were reduced to ruins. The beasts died, the birds fell, and the trees withered. Regardless of race, gender, or cultivation level, they couldn't control the loss of life in their bodies. Their expressions were filled with despair, and waves of wails erupted before they died. Chapter 3170. The living beings on that land had no idea what had happened. Some died in their sleep, some died in panic, and some died in fear. Some of the living beings had their eyes wide open until the moment of their death. Their faces were filled with confusion, unwillingness, confusion, and fear. They died with their eyes wide open. "Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you?" A 4 or 5-year-old child looked at his family in front of him, whose faces were shrouded in the aura of death, and shouted loudly. The woman's face was full of reluctance. She wanted to stretch out her hand and gently wipe away the tears at the corner of the child's eyes. However, just as she raised her hand, she had no strength left. She fell in front of the child, and her life force dissipated. The child threw himself on his parents' bodies and cried loudly, but he was still unable to save his parents' lives. Not long after, the child's cries gradually faded. His face was also shrouded in the aura of death. The child no longer cried. Instead, he squeezed between the corpses of his parents and curled up in their arms. Gradually, he stopped breathing. Some cultivators were running wildly, trying to escape from this place. However, no matter where he went, his body was inevitably stained with the aura of death. In the end, he was reduced to a withered skeleton, lying in the mud. What happened? Is there someone coming to save us? In the ancient city, a city lord looked at the corpses and bones in the city and cried out loudly. No one responded. In the end, there was an additional corpse on the city wall. The heavens have pity on us. Why did they send down such a disaster? Countless living beings knelt on the ground and prayed to the heavens. The heavenly realm was already in ruins, and the living beings were in a terrible situation. Gods from the heavens, have you seen what kind of curse this land is suffering? What kind of pain the living beings here are suffering? Please save them. I beg the Buddhas of the heavens to appear, I beg the Bodhisattvas of the heavens to protect us. Where is the 9 heavens immortal emperor? Please save these cultivators of the celestial realm. Whether it was immortals, demonic cultivators, or monks, they could not avoid the aura of death surging from their bodies as they walked towards their graves. Shouts, cries for help, and cries were intertwined. However, who cared about the living beings of the heavenly realm in the vast 3,000 realms? Apart from the true great emperors, who else could hear their voices and see the suffering they were enduring? All living things wept in grief, their resentment soaring to the heavens. Finally, that person who was locked in a bitter battle in the starry sky was alerted. If it were any other time, Wu Dao's main body would definitely have noticed it much earlier. However, he was currently fighting the strongest cultivator he had ever faced, the White Sky Lord. He also had to divert a portion of his attention to control the 10 gates of hell and stabilize the situation in the Sword World. However, he could still vaguely hear the wails of all living beings from the distant heaven realm. Wu Dao's true body punched White Sky Lord and forced him back. Then, he turned around and his gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void and fall upon the land of heaven realm that was surrounded by death energy. Fengdu, you are courting death. The purple flames in the eyes of Wu Dao's real body were about to burst out. His voice was like thunder, spreading to every corner of the 3,000 worlds. His killing intent was monstrous. At the same time, the White Sky Lord also noticed the situation in the heaven realm. He only raised his eyebrows slightly. The living beings of the heaven realm were like ants, and he didn't care about their lives at all. He was just curious about Araki Takashi's stance. Araki Takashi was obviously on the opposite side of the heavenly court, but he also seemed to be on bad terms with the one in the underworld. The White Sky Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he quietly observed the situation. Ha 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 ha. Fengdu's laughter suddenly sounded in the heaven realm. Since he could no longer hide it, there was no need to continue hiding. Araki Takashi, why are you so angry? Fengdu laughed loudly. I am helping you. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures rose into the sky from the Devil Realm, 9 Firmament Immortal Realm, and Pure Land of Bliss. They were 6 Brahma Heaven Master, 9 Firmament Immortal Emperor, and World Destruction Devil Emperor. The 3 corpses were surrounded by extremely dense death energy. They had the same expression on their faces, and they had strange smiles on their faces. They arrived in the sky above the heaven realm and quickly merged together. The aura of the 3 corpses was even stronger than what Wu Dao's real body had seen last time. In order to merge the 3 corpses, Fengdu had used another method to become a great emperor and sacrificed billions of lives in the heaven realm. A huge tomb appeared in the sky above the heaven realm. The 3 corpses were originally cut off from Fengdu's body, so the merging speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the 3 corpses had merged into one. The 3 corpses merged into one, forming a tall man with a sinister face. A ghostly ball of light suddenly descended on the man's head and entered his sea of consciousness through the top of his head. The man's aura skyrocketed again. After the 3 corpses merged, Fengdu had become one with the 3 corpses. Fengdu's aura was infinitely close to that of a great emperor. However, it was still a little short. The 3 corpses were not complete. Not enough people have died. Fengdu laughed sinisterly and opened his arms. He shouted, "Come, let the heavens witness the rebirth of buried heaven." Boom! 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 Under the gazes of countless people, a large area of the 3,000 worlds was covered in huge tombs that rose up and enveloped these worlds. Buried heaven's Tao technique descended, and endless death energy surrounded it. The imperial emperor standing in the starry sky looked down and saw that the 3,000 realms were covered in tombs. It had almost become a huge cemetery. What a big move. In the dark shadows, the old woman sighed in admiration. After many years of planning, Fengdu had already set up countless Tao runes all over the 3,000 realms. He was just waiting for this moment to bury the heavens, refine all living beings, and prove his Tao as a great emperor. If Fengdu was allowed to cast his spell, more than half of the living beings in the 3,000 realms would be buried and die an unnatural death. The living beings in the 3,000 realms had no idea what was happening. All living beings ran and cried loudly. Boom! At that moment, a figure fell like a meteor and collided heavily with Fengdu. Wu Dao's true body descended above the heavenly realm and interrupted Fengdu's spell with a punch. Fengdu. Wu Dao's true body's eyes burned with purple flames, but his voice was incomparably cold. He said slowly, "I told you to take care of yourself. Don't become the second Lord of Hell." Fengdu was just a step away from proving his Tao as a great emperor. Now that he was interrupted by Wu Dao's true body, his face darkened. Araki Takashi. Fengdu's tone was unfriendly. His gaze was faint as he said coldly, "You better think carefully. As long as I prove my Tao as a great emperor, I can help you suppress the White Sky Lord. Do you want to become the second seamless great emperor?" Wu Dao's true body was furious. He didn't listen to Fengdu's words and attacked again. The hell-suppressing cauldron smashed fiercely at Fengdu. Boom! 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 Wu Dao's true body and Fengdu erupted into a huge battle. Although Fengdu hadn't become a true great emperor, after the fusion of the 3 corpses, his corpses were infinitely close to a great emperor's corporeal body. Coupled with his great emperor-level primordial spirit, Wu Dao's true body couldn't suppress him even though he had the upper hand. At this moment, Wu Dao's true body was alarmed. A sharp weapon tore through the air. Before it landed, he felt a faint pain at the back of his head. The hell-suppressing cauldron had just smashed towards Fengdu, so he couldn't dodge in time. He could only punch behind him. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. A long sword pierced through Wu Dao's true body's fist. His entire arm was pierced through by this sword. It was minced, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was a sharp sword that had been strengthened by the White Sky Lord's Tao seal. Chapter 3171. To the White Sky Master, even if Fengdu proved its Tao as a great emperor, it was not a threat to him or the heavenly court. Moreover, Fengdu's method of proving its Tao as a great emperor was not to prove one's Tao in a medium-class domain. Instead, it was to sever 3 corpses and transform them into great emperor corpses. Then, it would enter the great emperor-level primordial spirit and increase its combat strength to that of a great emperor. To the White Sky Master, the real threat was Wu Dao's true body. He had just stepped into the great emperor realm, but he already had the combat strength of a great emperor. If he was allowed to grow, it was very likely that he would bring serious damage to the heavenly court. The White Sky Master did not care about the lives of the people in the medium-class domain. He also did not care about the hostile relationship between the heavenly court and the underworld. He only cared about getting rid of the potential threat that was Wu Dao's true body. Therefore, when Wu Dao's true body was fighting with Fengdu, the White Sky Master did not attack Fengdu, but chose to attack Wu Dao's true body. This sword was the White Sky Master's accumulated strength attack. He calculated the timing and concluded that Wu Dao's true body would not be able to dodge. Wu Dao's true body was able to dodge this fatal sword at the cost of an arm, which was already somewhat beyond the White Sky Master's expectations. Humph. In the dark shadows of the vast starry sky, the old woman snorted and said, "This Araki Takashi overestimates himself. He can't even deal with the White Sky Master, and he still wants to suppress Fengdu and make another strong enemy. Now, he's fighting two people alone and has been seriously injured by the White Sky Master. Let's see how long he can struggle." The white-browed old man lowered his eyes and did not seem to care about the scene in front of him. The little girl just silently looked at the battlefield and clenched her fists. The old woman seemed to sense something and turned her gaze to the little girl. Suddenly, she said, "Yeah, you're not going to help that Araki Takashi, are you?" The little girl was expressionless and did not say a word. The old woman smiled and said, "I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. If you provoke those from the heavenly court and cause the war to be brought forward, it won't be good for us, shameless." The old ape of the Heaven Wasteland domain noticed the scene just now and could not help but curse. The grudge between the celestial heavens and the netherworld was extremely deep. However, when the master of the netherworld wanted to bury the heavens and sacrifice all living beings, not only did the great emperor of the celestial heavens not stop him, he even severely injured Martial Emperor Huang, who was blocking Fengdu. The people of the 3,000 domains were also stunned. Many demons, the heavenly court, emperor's great, the heavenly court's great emperor's decision. The demons were clearly massacring the living beings of the middle realm, but the heavenly court's emperor didn't care at all. Heavens, the emperor, heavenly court, emperor, heavenly emperor was emperor will emperor's emperor, the great emperor, he emperor, and the emperor, lord of the enemies, he ants great emperor. At this moment, many cultivators and living beings had regained their senses. Everyone could see that the lord of the underworld, Fengdu, was completely heartless and inhumane. He didn't care about the survival of the medium-class realm at all. The people of the heavenly court did not care about their lives. Only the great emperor, Araki Takashi, was trying his best to save them. Emperor Araki Takashi, this is the great emperor of the middle world, the great emperor of the human race. Someone murmured with tears in his eyes. In the sky above the heaven realm, the martial Dao body stood in the air. The wound on his arm had already stopped bleeding. The White Sky Master's sword was too powerful. The White Sky Lord's Dao seal was imbued on the sword's edge, and it contained the extremely terrifying killing intent of the White Tiger clan. The Dao seal of the White Tiger clan's killing intent condensed on the wound of the martial Dao body's severed arm. Wu Dao's great emperor, heavenly emperor, temporarily stopped the bleeding and prevented a large loss of qi and blood. However, he could not regrow his arm in a short time. Kiki. When Fengdu saw that, he gloated and laughed strangely. "Desolate Marshal, I'm the only one who truly wants to help you. Unfortunately, you don't know how to appreciate favors and ended up in this state. This is retribution for meddling in other people's business." After pausing for a moment, Fengdu smiled and said, "I was wrong before. You can't become the great emperor of Seamless. You just stepped into the great emperor realm. You're far from the Seamless realm. It's enough to kill you." Wu Dao's great emperor, heavenly emperor, looked at the devastated heavenly realm. His tone was cold. The White Sky Master did not give Wu Dao's great emperor, heavenly emperor, any chance to breathe. He attacked again, wanting to take advantage of the situation to kill Wu Dao's great emperor, heavenly emperor. Seeing this scene, Fengdu chuckled. He did not need to care about the great emperor Araki Takashi. He could get rid of him with the help of the heavenly court's great emperor. Fengdu urged his primordial spirit and circulated the heaven-burying scripture again. He continued to refine the 3,000 realms and all living beings, preparing to take the last step. Boom! Just as the heavenly burial scripture was activated, the prison-suppressing cauldron shone with divine light, the sacred beast roared, and Sanskrit chants reverberated in the air. Once again, the cauldron came crashing down on his head. Wu Dao's main body risked adding another sword wound to his body. He wanted to charge toward him and interrupt his spell casting. You! Fengdu was furious. This Araki Takashi had lost an arm, and under the attack of the White Sky Master, he couldn't even protect himself, yet he still dared to stop him. Even though that was what he thought, Fengdu didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out a piece of black paper that gave off a dim glow and blocked above his head, colliding with the prison-suppressing cauldron. Even though there was a piece of black paper blocking most of the Flower Realm's power, Fengdu's body still trembled. Humph. Fengdu's face turned gloomy as he snorted coldly and gritted his teeth. Araki Takashi, can't you see the situation clearly now? I once said that all the living beings in the medium-class world are like ants. Their lives are like grass. No one cares about them. I don't care, and neither does the heavenly court. Fengdu didn't hide his voice, and all the living beings in the 3,000 domains heard him clearly. Everyone could clearly see what was happening in front of them. All the living beings knew that Fengdu was right. In the eyes of the heavenly court and the underworld, they were ants and livestock. No one cared about their life and death. From ancient times until now, they were the sacrifices of this great calamity. I care. At this moment, another voice sounded between heaven and earth. The tone was calm, but unusually firm and unquestionable. All the beings of the myriad races were shocked and looked up. With me, Araki Takashi, here, the medium-class world won't allow you to do as you please. Above the stars, the purple-robed man covered in blood raised his only arm, pointed to the sky, and shouted loudly, I don't care if you are the heavenly court or the underworld. If you dare to kill the innocent in the medium-class world, I will destroy you first. These words were full of killing intent, powerful and resonant, and spread throughout the 3,000 domains. Everyone who heard it was moved. Araki Takashi, as expected of the great emperor. The old man with the iron crown was agitated. Heaven Wasteland Domain. The eyes of the North Kun Emperor and the South Rock Emperor gradually turned red and tears welled up in their eyes. They bowed deeply in the direction of Wu Dao's original body. Then, the two Kun Peng Realm Lords joined the battle and killed the emperors of the Light World and the Heavenly Court. Great Emperor Araki Takashi, the Flower Realm Lord's expression was dazed as she murmured softly, perhaps, this is the meaning of the word, Great Emperor. The Flower Realm Lord's eyes regained clarity and she joined the battle. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. Cheers sounded in the 3,000 domains. The cheers from the hearts of all the living beings gathered into an earth-shattering sound wave, supporting Wu Dao's original body. Although Wu Dao's original body was only one person, there seemed to be countless living beings standing behind him. At this moment, under the pressure of the great emperor of the heavenly court and the lord of the underworld, Wu Dao's original body's aura rose, and the flames of war burned in his eyes again. Thank you, Chicken Chops Fantasy, for the 100,000 book coins tip. Big brother, you are amazing. I only finished this chapter after 3 o'clock. End of chapter. Chapter 3172. Fengdu had chosen this time to bury the heavens and refine all living beings. He had calculated that Wu Dao's true body would be held back by the heavenly court's great emperor. However, he had underestimated the determination of Wu Dao's true body. He had not expected that Wu Dao's true body would stop him even if he had to fight two enemies at once, even if it meant starting a war with the heavenly court and underworld. Fengdu did not understand Araki Takashi's Dao. Araki Takashi had established his Dao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. Wu Dao's original intention was for all living beings in the world to cultivate and become immortals. The great Dao was long and the road ahead was uncertain. Araki Takashi walked further and further, but he had never forgotten Wu Dao's original intention. The little girl in the corner of the starry sky still had a cold expression. She looked at the figure on the battlefield with a gentle look in her eyes. She knew that she had not misjudged him. Only by entrusting the dreamlike token to him could she be considered to have a good home. White Sky Lord's expression changed. He realized that if he continued to delay, Araki Takashi's momentum would reach its peak. He did not know what would happen. He had to suppress Araki Takashi while he was injured. Wang. The sword hummed endlessly as killing intent descended. White Sky Lord attacked again. Fine. At the same time, Fengdu's eyes flashed fiercely as he said coldly, "Since you want to die so much, I'll send you to the netherworld first." With Wu Dao's true body here, he could forget about burying the heavens and refining all living beings. Fengdu could only give up on this idea for now. He planned to cooperate with White Sky Lord and kill Wu Dao's true body first. Thus, an extremely strange scene appeared between heaven and earth. The Heavenly Court's Great Emperor and the Lord of Underworld, these two sworn enemies, had joined forces to attack Wu Dao's true body. Boom! 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 The three powerhouses fought, causing the heavens to collapse and the starry sky to tremble. The one-armed Wu Dao's true body had the hell-suppressing cauldron hanging above his head. His eyes were like torches. Even though he was injured, his fighting spirit did not weaken at all. He fought the White Sky Lord and the Lord of Underworld, two peak powerhouses. The three figures continued to collide in the sky. Light and shadow intersected, and sword chi clashed. It wasn't that Wu Dao's main body didn't have any backup plans. The Yuan Wu world was his ultimate trump card. However, Wu Dao's true body didn't dare to release it easily. He had a premonition that if he brought out the Yuan Wu world again, that intense danger would become reality and descend upon him. Wu Dao's main body didn't know how much time he had left after bringing out the Yuan Wu world. But he was clear that now was not the time. Wu Dao's main body was waiting for an opportunity. If a few more heavenly monarchs were to descend, he would be able to risk his life and cast out the Yuan Wu world, fusing it with the martial arts universe. The two worlds would become one and his combat prowess would be pushed to the extreme, establishing the greatest advantage for the War of the Heavens. Now that he had lost an arm and was unable to release the Yuan Wu world, Wu Dao's original body could not withstand the combined attacks of the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld. He was forced to retreat. He was still waiting. At the same time, Wu Dao's furnace was also refining the Dao imprint on his severed arm with all its might, fusing it into himself and the martial arts universe. After every round, Wu Dao's main body would have an additional sword wound. He would also vomit blood when he was hit by Fengdu's black paper. At that moment, Wu Dao's main body was only relying on his strong willpower and unyielding heart to fight against the White Sky Lord and Fengdu as much as possible. Although the hopes of all living beings were pinned on him, the battle of the heavenly monarchs was not child's play. The hopes and cries of all living beings could only help Wu Dao's main body raise his morale, but it couldn't help him increase his combat prowess. In the starry sky, Wu Dao's main body was retreating in defeat. Beneath his feet, there were blood-colored footprints. It was a shocking sight. The cries of all living beings gradually faded. Looking at this scene, the hearts of many cultivators gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Great Emperor Araki Takashi couldn't hold on any longer, looking at Great Emperor Araki Takashi, who was covered in blood and stumbling after being beaten by the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld. Some people couldn't bear to watch any longer. Is there anyone in the middle world who can stand up and help Great Emperor Araki Takashi? An immortal king expert asked loudly. No one responded. The hearts of the old man with the iron crown, Emperor Kuan of the North, Frost Dragon Emperor, and the others gradually sank when they saw this scene. This was a battle of the heavenly monarchs. Not to mention immortal kings, even peak imperial emperors like them couldn't help. If they rushed up, they would be wiped out by the aftershocks of the three people's attacks before they could even get close. Dai Yu had gained an absolute advantage on the battlefield of the Heaven Wasteland domain with the help of Emperor Kuan of the North and Emperor Peng of the South. But in a short time, she couldn't get rid of the entanglement of the Heavenly Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador, Emperor Qin Yen, and the other imperial emperors. Although she was in the middle of the imperial battle, she was constantly paying attention to the peak battle in the starry sky. Dai Yu's expression was indifferent, but every time Wu Dao was injured and vomited blood, there would be a ripple in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Is the great emperor of the human race of this generation going to fall? People didn't want to believe it. Who can help great Emperor Araki Takashi? Someone cried out loud. Our generation has reached a critical moment of life and death. Who can help the middle world, help the myriad races, and help great Emperor Araki Takashi survive this calamity? People shouted loudly, but no one responded. A sorrowful and hopeless mood reverberated between heaven and earth, lingering on the myriad races. If great Emperor Araki Takashi died, most of them would also be buried with him on the path of the Lord of the Underworld. On the starry sky battlefield. The condition of Wu Dao's original body was getting worse and worse, and the injuries on his body were getting worse and worse. Ha! In the dark shadows, the old woman saw this scene, only chuckled and said indifferently, "For a group of ants, you fell into such a situation, stupid." The white-browed old man was expressionless, not mocking, nor was he moved by this. He just slowly closed his eyes. Because he knew that Araki Takashi was about to fall. Araki Takashi was also someone he thought highly of. But before the time was right, he would not act. On the other side of the starry sky, the little girl's tightly clenched fists suddenly loosened. She raised her head, as if she had made a decision, and took a step forward. But at this moment, her figure suddenly paused, turned her head abruptly, and looked in the direction of the edge of the middle world. The white-browed old monk also seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a ball of divine light bloomed from his eyes, falling on heaven wasteland domain. In the dark shadows, the old woman's figure emerged, her expression grave. At the same time, the myriad races between heaven and earth seemed to have sensed something at the same time. Some people stopped crying, and others stopped shouting. At the same time, they held their breath and subconsciously looked up at the sky. Even on the battlefield of Sword World and Heaven Wasteland Domain, countless emperors, immortal kings, and true spirit experts subconsciously stopped and looked up. In the sky of this middle world, a blood-colored butterfly faintly appeared, and under everyone's gaze, it became clearer and clearer. The blood-colored butterfly's body became brighter and brighter. This is. Countless experts looked at this scene in disbelief, their faces filled with shock. The next moment, the great Tao resonated, and heaven and earth trembled. This is a Tao seal, the Tao seal of a middle world. Someone has proven their Tao as a great emperor, proving their Tao in the middle world. The emperors were agitated, and they shouted loudly. The old man with the iron crown looked emotional, looked at the blood-colored butterfly in the sky, and tears flowed down his face. He said repeatedly, "Good, good, good." Two emperors coexisting for an era, the middle world is saved, the myriad races are saved. Chapter 3173. Everyone was excited, their blood boiling. Looking at the blood-colored butterfly mark in the sky, their hearts were filled with endless shock. Which great emperor of a middle world is it? Most people did not recognize the blood-colored butterfly mark. Who else could it be? It must be the great wasteland domain's blood butterfly demon empress. You're wrong, it's blood butterfly empress. Great Emperor Araki Takashi and blood butterfly empress. Doesn't this mean that two great emperors have been born in this middle world? I'm afraid this era can't simply be called the Araki Takashi era, but the unprecedented era of two great emperors. The middle world will prosper, all races will prosper. Will Blood Butterfly Empress come out to help great Emperor Araki Takashi fight against the Heavenly Court? Blood Butterfly Empress is great Emperor Araki Takashi's Tao partner. Great Emperor Araki Takashi is being beaten up like this. Do you think she'll help? At this moment, the blood-colored butterfly mark in the sky became the focus of everyone's attention. The birth of two great emperors in the same era had already broken all the knowledge and records of the past. Moreover, these two great emperors were Tao partners. This era was destined to go down in history. Even many imperial emperors were a little puzzled. They did not know why this had happened. Only a few people could roughly guess the reason. In reality, Araki Takashi had not become a great emperor. Instead, he had broken through with his strength and reached the great emperor level. The true great emperor of a middle world was Blood Butterfly from the Great Wasteland Domain. At this moment, cheers came from the Sword World, Heaven Wasteland Domain, and Great Wasteland Domain. The Heavenly Court's Inspector, Heavenly Ambassadors and Imperial Emperors were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. The birth of another great emperor in a middle world would have an immeasurable impact on the current situation. The White Sky Master only frowned, but his expression was still calm. However, the Imperial Emperors of the Heavenly Court were a little nervous. Especially on the battlefield of Heaven Wasteland Domain, the Heavenly Court's Inspector, Heavenly Ambassadors, Emperor Qin Yen, and the other Imperial Emperors of the Heavenly Court were all shocked. Who would have thought that while they were fighting here, a great emperor would come out of nowhere? Run! After Empyrean Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador and Empyrean Azure Flame reacted, they turned and ran. In front of the great emperor, they, the Heavenly Court's Imperial Emperors, were nothing. Daiyu's expression was indifferent as she looked in their direction. She did not move, but the blood butterfly Dao seal in the sky suddenly flapped its wings. Puff! Puff! Under countless gazes, the figures of the Firmament Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador and Emperor Azure Flame instantly exploded, turning into two blobs of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed as they perished. Hiss! This was the first time the Blood Butterfly Demon Monarch had made a move after becoming an emperor, and it was so terrifying. With that, the mental defenses of the Heavenly Court's Imperial Emperors were completely shattered. Not only the Heaven Wasteland Domain, but the emperors of the Heavenly Court of the Sword World were also retreating in panic. They did not dare to stay in the middle world and flew in the direction of the Heavenly Court. Now, he could only hide and wait for the orders of the other great emperors of the Heavenly Court. Great emperors could casually descend anywhere in the middle world. No one knew which side Daiyu would attack next. But the emperors knew that without the great emperors to stop her, the Blood Butterfly Demon Monarch could kill them like crushing ants. As the emperors of the Heavenly Court retreated, the Celestial Tribute Domain, the Radiant Domain, the Stone Domain, the Sky Eye Domain, and many other domains' allied forces were no longer in the mood to fight and fled. The cultivators of the Sword World and Heaven Wasteland Domain finally had a chance to breathe and temporarily escaped from danger. The Blood Butterfly Dao seal hovered in the sky, and the blood-colored full moon on its wings was like a pair of blood eyes, staring down at the emperors on the battlefield. Under this pair of blood eyes, the emperors of the Heavenly Court, the Celestial Tribute Domain, the Radiant Domain, and other domains all felt their scalps go numb, as if there were thorns on their backs. This was the deterrence of a great emperor. Although Great Emperor Araki Takashi, the White Sky Lord, and the Lord of the Underworld were strong, in the middle world, they did not have the same aura as the Blood Butterfly Demon Monarch. Wu Dao's original body had just stepped into the Great Emperor realm not long ago, and his combat strength was comparable to that of a great emperor. The primordial spirit of the Lord of the Underworld had reached the level of a great emperor, but he was still a little lacking if he wanted to kill 3 corpses to prove his Dao. Although the White Sky Lord was a true great emperor, in the middle world, his Dao seal was also slightly suppressed by the Blood Butterfly Demon Monarch's Dao seal. Daiyu did not pay attention to the group of emperors of the Heavenly Court who were fleeing. Her blood-red robe fluttered, and in the blink of an eye, she had arrived at the Starry Sky battlefield. The battle between the White Sky Lord, the Lord of the Underworld, and Wu Dao's original body had stopped when someone proved his Dao to be a great emperor. Now that Daiyu had arrived, the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld did not dare to act rashly. Blood Butterfly Demon Monarch? The White Sky Lord's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "If you are willing to submit to the Heavenly Court, I can make the decision to let bygones be bygones. In the future, you may even have the chance to ascend to the vast 1,000 domains and seek eternal life." Daiyu glanced at Wu Dao's original body not far away, which was covered in blood and bruises. Her heart ached faintly, and her killing intent had accumulated to the peak. She turned to look at the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld, her eyes cold. Boom! Diyu did not waste any time talking nonsense with the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld. She took a step forward, and under her wide blood-red robe, a white palm stretched out and slapped toward the two. In the center of Dayu's palm, a Dao imprint of a blood butterfly vaguely appeared. The blood butterfly's wings trembled slightly. Before Dayu's palm reached them, the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld felt a huge storm descending, as if it wanted to tear their bodies to pieces. Under the gaze of all living beings, Dayu, who had just proved her Dao to be a great emperor, was going to fight one against two and suppress the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld. On the other side, Wu Dao's original body had a chance to catch his breath. Martial Arts Universe and the Heaven and Earth Furnace were activated again, frantically refining the Dao imprint left behind by the White Sky Lord on his severed arm. Dayu had just proved her Dao to be a great emperor, so the Dao imprint had not completely merged with her own middle world. Her battle strength was not at its peak, so she could not suppress the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld. However, Dayu's attack had bought Wu Dao an extremely precious time to recover. Humph! The White Sky Lord sneered. You are just a little butterfly that doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. A weak race that managed to prove your Dao to be a great emperor, yet you want to suppress me? Not only will I suppress you, but I will also crush the heavenly court. Dayu shouted, and her aura surged. She wanted to ascend to the great thousand worlds. However, she did not need the pity of the heavenly court. She wanted to use her own strength to break through all obstacles that blocked her path to the great Dao. This was Dayu's Dao. Dream on. The White Sky Lord sneered again. If the 8 great emperors of the heavenly court descended, Great Emperor Araki Takashi and Great Emperor Shuedai would all die. On the other side, the Dao imprint on the severed arm of Wu Dao's original body had quietly dissipated, and the blood in his body burned again. A roar sounded. The arm of Wu Dao's original body grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. This body of Wu Dao's was the origin martial world that had refined countless Dao imprints. The blood in his body was so terrifying that in just a few breaths, the wounds on Wu Dao's original body had healed completely. Roar! Wu Dao's original body roared into the sky, and with a step, he shattered the starry sky. With the prison-suppressing cauldron in his hand, he descended onto the battlefield and said coldly, "Fengdu, hand over your life." At this moment, Great Emperor Araki Takashi and Great Emperor Shuedai had joined forces to fight against the heavens. Chapter 3174. With Dayu holding back the White Sky Lord, it was much easier for Wu Dao to fight against the Lord of the Underworld. On the other hand, the Lord of the Underworld was under much more pressure. Although Wu Dao had not proven his Dao as a great emperor, he had broken through to the next realm and was an expert who could fight the White Sky Lord head-on and not be at a disadvantage. If the Lord of the Underworld could successfully kill the 3 corpses, his battle power would be comparable to a great emperor. However, before he could take the final step, he was interrupted by Wu Dao and was still a little short. This meant that the Lord of the Underworld was not a true great emperor and could not compete with Wu Dao in terms of battle power. At this time, because Dayu had proven her Dao as a great emperor, the crisis of the Heaven Wasteland domain and the Sword World had been resolved. Wu Dao's divine consciousness moved and summoned the 10 gates of hell back. His aura was stronger and his battle power increased sharply. Boom! 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 Wu Dao's fist. The prison suppression cauldron surrounded by saint souls and echoed with Sanskrit chants. The 10 gates of hell. The Heaven and Earth Furnace. Martial Arts Universe. Under Wu Dao's storm-like attacks, the Lord of the Underworld could not resist at all and was forced to retreat. The quasi-great emperor corpse that he had condensed gradually cracked and large patches of blood appeared. If not for the mysterious and powerful black paper in the Lord of the Underworld's hand that seemed to contain an endless void that could dissolve most of Wu Dao's attacks, the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld would have been torn to pieces by Wu Dao's divine consciousness. In the darkness of the starry sky, the old woman looked at the scene on the battlefield with a gloomy face. She looked in the direction of the little girl and the white-browed elder and asked in a low voice, "Are we just going to let this Araki Takashi suppress Fengdu while we stand by and do nothing? He asked for it, who can he blame?" The little girl sneered with a hint of mockery in her voice. The white-browed elder lowered his eyebrows and eyes like an old monk in meditation. The old woman narrowed her eyes and said faintly, "Don't forget where he came from and who he represents." When the little girl heard this, her expression turned cold and said slowly, "If not, I would have dragged him into the beast path long ago. Would I have let him live until today? Demon Lord, what do you think?" The old woman saw that the white-browed elder had been pretending to be dead. The great emperor of the underworld and the great emperors of the middle world want to kill him. If we help him, it would mean that we would become enemies of the two emperors of the Araki Takashi and Shuedai of the emperors of the emperor and heaven emperor of the emperors. Emperor Shue heaven. Heirs God, emperor of the emperor of the emperor and the emperor, had Dao, S God's body, the emperor of the underworld. Had S's Dao of the underworld. And at this moment, the Lord of Hell was being beaten by the martial Dao true body to the point where he couldn't fight back at all. It was very likely that he would be suppressed, but he still remained unmoved. It seemed like he was on Great Emperor Desolate Martial's side again. The white-browed old monk's attitude was different. In fact, the white-browed old monk did not care about the life and death of Emperor Araki Takashi or the Emperor of the Underworld. He only cared about one thing, the Emperor of the Underworld. Previously, no one in the middle world had become a great emperor. If the little girl saved Araki Takashi, it would mean offending Fengdu. They would be forced to start the war of the underworld in advance. Now, Dai Yu had become a great emperor. If the old woman saved the emperor of the underworld, she would be in conflict with Emperor Araki Takashi and Emperor Shuedai. Offending two great emperors of the middle world for Fengdu, who had not become a great emperor, was not good for the emperor of the underworld. From beginning to end, the white-browed old monk looked old and muddle-headed. However, he was calm to the extreme. His calmness had reached the point of being cold and heartless. The little girl looked at the white-browed old monk deeply and did not say anything. The old woman was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "Master said that you are cold and have no one in your heart. He was right about you." The white-browed old monk was expressionless as if he did not hear anything. He seemed to have returned to meditation. While they were talking, the battlefield changed once again. The White Sky Master was fighting Dai Yu, but he could not gain any advantage. He could not help but frown. In the current situation, it was useless for him to stay in the middle world alone. Two great emperors had been born in the middle world. The evil emperor and the demon master were probably spying in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to make their move. Only by gathering the other 7 heavenly court masters and gathering all the power of the heavenly court could they quell this chaos. Thinking of this, the White Sky Master clashed with Dai Yu again. He retreated and turned into a stream of light, rushing toward the heavenly court. The White Sky Master retreated on his own accord. There was another reason behind it. Araki Takashi was furious and wanted to suppress the Emperor of the Underworld. His sudden retreat meant that the Emperor of the Underworld would have to face the two great emperors, Araki Takashi and Shuedai. He would lose without a doubt. The Emperor of the Underworld was on the side of the demons. The Nirvana Ghost Mother, the Demon Master, and the evil Emperor might not be able to hold the fort and intervene. If the two great emperors, Araki Takashi and Shuedai, fought with the Nirvana Ghost Mother, the Demon Master, and the evil Emperor, then the heavenly court would be able to reap the benefits. Even if the two sides did not fight, the matter of suppressing the Emperor of the Underworld would definitely leave a knot in the hearts of the Nirvana Ghost Mother and the others. It would cause a trace of hostility between the two sides. Dai Yu had just become a great emperor. In fact, her Dao techniques were not completely perfected. She could not display her full strength. Seeing the White Sky Master retreat, she knew that she could not stop him with her current methods. Daiyu did not chase after him. Instead, she turned around and went to another battlefield. She sent a palm strike toward the Emperor of the Underworld. You! The Emperor of the Underworld's face changed greatly as he screamed. He was already on the verge of collapse after being beaten by Wu Dao alone. Now, another great emperor had joined the battle. He could not resist at all. Boom! The clothes of the Emperor of the Underworld's corpse were torn, and his flesh was badly mangled. Huge bloody scars appeared on the surface of his corpse, and blood flowed freely. Just now, the Emperor of the Underworld and the White Sky Master had joined forces to seriously injure Wu Dao and had the upper hand. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the Emperor of the Underworld would end up in the same situation, facing the siege of two great emperors? Under the siege of the White Sky Master and the Emperor of the Underworld, Wu Dao was barely able to hold on. After Daiyu attacked, the Emperor of the Underworld instantly collapsed. Fengdu. Wu Dao held the prison-suppressing cauldron and looked down from above. He said coldly, "Today, I will make you the second Emperor of the Underworld." Araki Takashi. The Emperor of the Underworld's eyes were fierce, and his expression was ferocious. He said coldly, "You want to suppress me? Don't think that you will have an easy time. I will let you see my trump cards. Die." The Emperor of the Underworld activated his primordial spirit and shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a ball of golden light burst forth from the direction of Heaven Wasteland Domain. Flames surged into the skies, illuminating Heaven Wasteland Domain as though it was daytime. Everyone from Heaven Wasteland Domain widened their eyes. In the crowd, a ball of golden flames suddenly burned on Su Zimo's body, enveloping him instantly and burning him into nothingness. Within the ball of golden flames, an ancient copper lamp floated. It was a soul lamp. Right in front of everyone, the soul lamp turned into a beam of golden light and tunneled into the void, vanishing instantly. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 3175. The soul lamp returned to the hands of the Master of the Underworld. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need for the Master of the Underworld to hold back. "If you dare to suppress me, I'll cripple your true body of Qinglian." The Master of the Underworld held the soul lamp in his left hand and a piece of black paper in his right as he said fiercely. Even though he was dragging his severely injured corpse and facing the combined attacks of Wu Dao's true body and Daiyu, the Master of the Underworld did not show any fear. Instead, he looked ferocious. Wu Dao's true body was wearing the Mara mask and the Master of the Underworld could not see the changes in his expression under the mask. However, he could see a hint of mockery in the eyes of Wu Dao's true body. "Your true body," the Master of the Underworld seemed to have realized something. Heaven Wasteland Domain. Many cultivators widened their eyes in shock. It was not because the soul lamp burned Su Zimo into nothingness. It was because the Su Zimo who was originally standing under the divine tree of the Builder Tree was safe and sound. However, the one who was burned into a ball of flames was another Su Zimo. The golden flames were extinguished quickly and a jade scroll that emitted a green glow floated in midair. The Jade Purity Jade Scroll. The Su Zimo, who was burned into nothingness, was merely the primordial body condensed from the Jade Purity Jade Scroll. Back then, when the two true bodies met on Dragon Island, Wu Dao's true body had attained greater mastery of Dao techniques and handed the soul lamp and the white jade pendant left behind by the evil emperor to Qinglian's true body. At that time, Wu Dao's true body was not clear about the relationship between the great emperor Zhengtian and the Master of the Underworld. Later on, Wu Dao's true body had a conversation with the Nine Heavens immortal emperor in the Heaven Realm and both sides laid their cards on the table. Although the two of them did not fight back then, Su Zimo had a premonition that there would be a battle between the two of them in the future. The soul lamp was the weapon of the Master of the Underworld. Although there had been no abnormalities all these years, it seemed to have been used by him long ago. However, Su Zimo was still somewhat worried that the soul lamp would become a hidden danger. The soul lamp was extremely powerful and specialized in dealing damage to the primordial spirit. It had a miraculous effect, so it was a pity to abandon it. Therefore, Su Zimo placed the soul lamp in a separate storage bag and asked the primeval body to carry it with him. He would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. This wasn't some sort of foresight, it was just a precaution. Today, as expected, the soul lamp, which had been quiet all this time, suddenly broke free from the storage bag and burned the original body to ashes. Then, it disappeared into the void and returned to the hands of the Lord of the Underworld. This little disturbance had almost no effect on the overall situation. Even if the King of Hell had the soul lamp black paper, he wouldn't be able to stop the attacks of two great monarchs, Wu Dao and Dai Yu. Whoosh! The Lord of the Underworld activated his soul lamp with his Emperor Primordial Spirit and unleashed a terrifying ball of golden flames that swept toward Wu Dao's true body. This was a killer move that targeted the Primordial Spirit. If this was before the battle of the Great Desolate World, it would definitely cause immense damage to Wu Dao's true body. However, Wu Dao's true body refined the golden flames in his soul lamp in the Underworld River and fused them with his martial spirit fire, causing the power of his essence spirit to increase exponentially. The newly refined mask of Mo Luo was fused with the water of the Underworld River and its defense was raised to another level. Wu Dao's true body released his martial spirit fire as well. His martial spirit fire had already transformed into a purplish gold color. The two balls of flames collided in midair. The aftershocks of the essence spirit attacks were dissipated by the mask of Mo Luo as well. At the same time, Dai Yu released an essence spirit secret skill as well. A raging wind howled and extinguished the golden flames of the soul lamp instantly. In fact, a storm was formed in the consciousness of the Lord of the Underworld. Ah! The Lord of the Underworld hugged his head with both hands and shrieked with a pained expression. Even though his consciousness was swept by Dai Yu's essence spirit storm, he did not die. He controlled the soul lamp black paper while breaking through the void to escape back to the underworld. Wu Dao's true body would not give him the chance to do so. If the Lord of the Underworld was allowed to escape, there would be endless trouble in the future. Boom! The hell-suppressing cauldron descended and the four saint souls surrounded it. Sanskrit chants echoed and a resplendent light shone, suppressing the black paper in midair. At the same time, Dai Yu waved her wide sleeves and sucked in the soul lamp, imprisoning it. Both of them attacked at the same time. Wu Dao's true body punched out. Dai Yu slapped down with her palm. A powerful Dao vortex restrained the Lord of the Underworld, preventing him from escaping back to the underworld. Coupled with the storm in Dai Yu's palm, the Lord of the Underworld was trapped in the starry skies, unable to move at all as blood mist spewed out of his body. Even though the Lord of the Underworld had created the Witch World, Blood World, and Tomb World, claimed to be the ancestor of all worlds and created the Heaven Burial Sutra and three-corpse primordial art, he was ultimately unable to attain his Tao as an emperor. Even experts like the Heavenly Court's Emperor or the Fiend Lord and Evil Emperor would not be able to withstand the attacks of Wu Dao's true body and Dai Yu, let alone him. In a corner of the starry skies, the old woman took a step forward and walked out of the darkness. She wore a long black robe and had a dark expression, as though she wanted to save the Lord of the Underworld. "What are you doing?" The little girl appeared before her instantly and spoke coldly. At the same time, the white-browed old man vanished and appeared on the other side of the old woman, blocking her path. "You guys." The old woman's gaze was cold as she growled. The white-browed old man's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "Why are you angry? Fengdu can't die." Boom! Right at this moment, a loud bang came from the battlefield, shaking the heavens and the earth. Su Zimo's punch landed on the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld. Heaven and earth trembled before time seemed to stop and time froze. The next moment, the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld exploded into pieces. Every single piece of the corpse contained a powerful life energy. Even so, the Lord of the Underworld was not dead. His essence spirit was scattered among the pieces of the corpse, trying to escape. At that moment, Dayu's palm slapped down. A blood-colored storm appeared. All the pieces of the corpse were sucked into the blood-colored storm and were constantly torn apart. Large amounts of flesh and blood were peeled off and eventually turned into clouds of blood mist. Ah! The roar of the Lord of the Underworld resounded in the storm. The eyes of Wu Dao's main body shone brightly as he brought out the gate of hell. He wanted to capture the essence spirit of the Lord of the Underworld and imprison it in the Avicii hell. The Lord of the Underworld had once said that no one could kill him. If the Lord of the Underworld was in existence like the Lord of Hell or the Lord of the Flame Sky, perhaps the best way was to trap him in the Avicii hell. Araki Takashi, how dare you! The Lord of the Underworld seemed to have sensed something and suddenly shouted. Wu Dao's main body was unmoved as he opened the gate of hell and enveloped the Lord of the Underworld. Araki Takashi, Shui Dai. The Lord of the Underworld screamed, his voice filled with unwillingness and anger. However, there was no fear at all. With a bang, before the gate of hell descended, the essence spirit of the Lord of the Underworld suddenly exploded in front of Wu Dao's main body and Dayu. His soul dissipated and his body was destroyed. Self-destruction of his essence spirit? Wu Dao's main body frowned slightly. Chapter 3176. The battle ended and the dust settled. The self-proclaimed ancestor of the myriad worlds, the master of the underworld who severed the three corpses and wanted to bury the heavens and refine the myriad races had been destroyed in both body and spirit. Under the siege of two great emperors, the outcome was not surprising. There were no signs of life that belonged to the master of the underworld in the world. Wu Dao's true body was still worried. The master of the underworld once said that no one could kill him. These words didn't seem to be made up. Furthermore, the master of the underworld did not reveal any fear before his death and even chose to self-destruct his essence spirit. Wu Dao's true body shifted his gaze and purple flames burned, bursting forth with two beams of flames that incinerated the endless void and landed in the underworld. At the same time, his powerful essence spirit descended and covered the entire underworld. The essence spirit of Wu Dao's true body alarmed countless living beings of the underworld. However, against that terrifying might, they kept quiet out of fear and no one dared to act rashly. Even the ghost emperors did not dare to say anything. Wu Dao's true body's spirit consciousness patrolled the underworld continuously, searching for traces of the master of the underworld. Dayu's spirit consciousness descended in the underworld as well. The two emperors' spirit consciousnesses patrolled the underworld. Many living beings of the underworld could not withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground in fright. However, the two of them searched but did not discover anything or sense anything amiss. Wu Dao's true body frowned. If Feng Du was not dead, he should not be able to hide from his spirit consciousness if he escaped and hid in the underworld. The entire netherworld was dead silent. Not a single sound could be heard. It seemed like the master of the underworld's soul had truly dissipated without leaving any trace. In fact, his soul did not even escape into the underworld, it had completely vanished. Wu Dao's true body searched but to no avail and his spirit consciousness retreated from the underworld. He lowered his head and looked at the black paper in his hand. His expression changed slightly as his spirit consciousness entered it. Book of Life and Death? That black paper was the legendary Book of Life and Death? Wu Dao's true body pondered and kept the black paper for the time being. It was not the time to study it yet. Are you worried that he's not dead? Dayu asked. Wu Dao's true body glanced at the darkness in the corner of the starry sky and then looked up at the sky. It's not important. The master of the underworld's life and death was not the most important matter in front of them. Even if the master of the underworld was not dead, they were not afraid of him. The biggest threat in front of them was the heavenly court. If he guessed correctly, the 8 great emperors of the heavenly court would take the initiative to descend upon them in the war of the heavens without waiting for them to initiate it. Although White Sky Lord had returned to the heavenly court, he could see the great potential in Martial Dao True Body. He would never give Martial Dao True Body any more time to grow. When the White Sky Lord returns, he will gather all the power of the heavenly court. Of the underworld. The Martial Dao Body and Dai Yu looked at each other and had a tacit understanding. Everyone. Wu Dao's true body stood in the air and looked around. His voice spread to every corner of the 3,000 realms and into the ears of all living beings. The 9 heavens are the underworld and enslave all living beings. The heavenly court is tyrannical and has sealed off the middle world. They control the source of the heaven-earth yuan qi and block all living beings from ascending. For several eras, many ancient emperors have joined forces with demons to break the heavenly court seal. Unfortunately, they were all defeated. All living beings in the 3,000 realms listened to these things quietly. This was the first time they had heard of this. In the knowledge of all living beings, the ancient emperors were bewitched by demons and wanted to kill all living beings. That was why they were suppressed. But in this life, all the living beings of the myriad races saw it clearly. Emperor Araki Takashi and Emperor Blood Butterfly of the middle world were indeed protecting them. In this life, the two of us will attack the heavens again. We will fight for a chance for ourselves and the middle world. Wu Dao's true body said, however, the outcome of this battle is hard to predict. I will leave behind my Dao inheritance for future generations to cultivate. Hearing this, all living beings were shocked. The white-browed old monk, the old woman, and the little girl, who were talking, also turned their heads to look. Emperor Araki Takashi wanted to leave behind his Dao inheritance. Was he going to choose an inheritor from all living beings? But it was said that Emperor Araki Takashi already had 2 disciples. Why was he doing this? When Emperor Araki Takashi said to provide for future generations to cultivate, could he be referring to, the Dao I created and cultivated is different from the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Daos. I call it Wu Dao. Wu Dao's original intention is to give those humans without spirit roots a chance to enter the immortal sect. Wu Dao's true body said slowly, Wu Dao's opening has a total of 9 levels. The first level is 9 oxen and 2 tigers. As he spoke, under the gaze of all living beings, Wu Dao's true body displayed Wu Dao's aura and corresponding dermic formulations in the starry sky. The second level, 5 Qi origins. The third level, copper skin and iron bones. The fourth level, under countless gazes, Wu Dao's true body imparted Wu Dao's dermic formulations without holding back. From Wu Dao's 9 transformations to the true martial realm, the martial domain realm, and all the way to the arch realm. This scene was too shocking for all living beings. It was even far better than the battle between the thearchs just now. The sects of the various realms and even the cultivators themselves regarded their own cultivation dermic formulations as treasures and would not easily impart them to outsiders. Furthermore, this was a dermic formulation created by Emperor Araki Takashi himself. And now, Emperor Araki Takashi's Wu Dao was completely displayed under the gaze of all living beings. The white-browed old monk, who had been calm all this while, was slightly moved when he saw this scene. He muttered, "What boldness, what magnanimity." The old woman was originally full of hostility towards Wu Dao's true body, but at this moment, she was speechless as she looked at the figure imparting the dermic formulations in the starry sky. The little girl only watched quietly and did not say anything. Heaven Wasteland Domain. Lin Zhan clenched his fists tightly and said emotionally, "I've heard that Araki Takashi established the Dao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. Today, I finally understand the true meaning behind it." Experts like Feng Cantian and immortal King Ling Long, who had ascended in the previous life of Heaven Wasteland Domain, had only heard of this. It was only today that they felt the shock from the depths of their hearts. Emperor Araki Takashi, Emperor Araki Takashi. The old man with the iron crown had tears in his eyes. At this moment, Emperor Kun of the north, Emperor Peng of the south, the true spirits of the various emperors of the 3,000 domains, and even the most ordinary cultivators were all moved. Emperor Araki Takashi was imparting the Dao. In the next life, the human race of the 3,000 domains would definitely prosper. Wu Dao's true body was imparting the Dao to the 3,000 domains. What he wanted to inherit was not only Wu Dao's dharmic formulations, but also Wu Dao's spirit. He was not worried that Wu Dao's dharmic formulations would be learned by some evil and heartless people. These people did not have enough temperament and would not be able to inherit Wu Dao's unyielding spirit and fearless willpower. Even if they cultivated Wu Dao's dharmic formulations, they would not be able to achieve anything. Su Zimo was also not afraid that people in the future could surpass him. If someone in the future could surpass Wu Dao's dharmic formulations, it would prove that this person in the future was more suitable for Wu Dao than him. He would only feel gratified. Even if they failed to conquer the heavens in this life, as long as Wu Dao's dharmic formulations were not destroyed, there would still be people in the future who would continue to conquer the heavens. One day, they would crush the heavenly courts. Wu Dao's dharmic formulations were like a fire seed. And this fire seed would definitely set the plains ablaze and illuminate the mountains and rivers. Chapter 3177. While Wu Dao's main body was teaching, Dai Yu was also perfecting her Dao technique. She had already condensed her Dao seal and confirmed her Dao as an emperor. She wanted to integrate all the insights she had gained from the moment she confirmed her Dao into the cultivation methods she had created. This cultivation technique would become this era's taboo. Dai Yu called it the Great Desolation Sutra. While perfecting the Great Desolation Sutra, it was also a summary of her cultivation so far. This would stabilize her realm and increase her combat strength again. Wu Dao's main body left traces of his Dao technique in the sky. Wu Dao's main body left traces of his Dao technique. However, Dai Yu had already confirmed her Dao in this middle world. These traces of Dao technique would not last for long. How much the masses could comprehend from it would depend on their own luck. The experts of the 3,000 worlds looked up at this scene. While they were shocked, they could faintly feel the indomitable spirit of Emperor Araki Takashi and Emperor Blood Butterfly. If they won this battle, the two emperors would ascend to the great world. If they lost, they did not plan to return. Right at this moment, a strand of vast and powerful pressure descended from the sky. It was as if the sky was about to collapse, causing the masses to feel suffocated and unable to breathe. Dong dong dong. It was as if a god was beating a war drum, stirring the blood and stirring the hearts. Rumble. It was as if countless war chariots were driving past the heavenly court. It was as if thunder was rumbling, getting closer and closer. Under the gazes of all the living beings of the myriad races, 9 enormous rifts actually split open in the boundless sky above them, and they emanated blazing, dazzling light. Only kings and imperial emperors could faintly see the fluttering banners and the densely packed figures inside through the 9 cracks. The heavenly court's army would descend on the middle world at any time. Just as Wu Dao's main body expected, the heavenly court would not give him any more time to grow. They wanted to kill him, this huge threat, as soon as possible. To the heavenly court, this was the right choice. If the heavenly court continued to be passive and waited for Wu Dao's main body to continue cultivating and reach the great circle of the emperor realm, the heavenly court would most likely be destroyed in this era. To be fair, the terrifying array formation of the heavenly courts had yet to truly descend, but it had already made all living beings feel an unbearable pressure. Even though there were many experts in the 3,000 worlds who were willing to believe in Wu Dao and Dai Yu, under such pressure, they didn't dare to stand up against the heavenly court. For example, the sword domain and the heaven wasteland domain naturally had no way out. Even if the blood ape realm, dragon realm, Kuan-Peng realm, flower realm, great desolation realm, and other realms were added together, they were still far inferior to the heaven's army in terms of both numbers and momentum. The only ones they could rely on were Emperor Araki Takashi and Emperor Blood Butterfly. However, the forces behind the two great emperors were too weak. Even some of the realms that were prepared to step forward and attack the heavenly courts together with Wu Dao's true body and Dai Yu started to hesitate and retreat. Rumble. The emperors of the heavenly courts descended. The army of the eastern vast heavens was orderly and disciplined. They all wore green battle armor and held large swords and spears in their hands. A token with the word "vast" hung on their waists, covering the eastern sky. At the forefront stood more than 100 emperors from the heavens. Every emperor drove an ancient chariot that was stained with blood. There were actually 9 divine dragons pulling the chariot. These 9 divine dragons were also martial emperors. However, these divine dragons had mixed bloodlines and were similar to the dragons on the Dragon Island. They weren't part of the sacred beast Azure Dragon clan and could only be used as mounts to pull chariots in the heavenly courts. Seeing this scene, the Frost Dragon Emperor's face turned pale. In other words, with her physical body and bloodline, if she entered the heavenly courts, she would at most be used as a mount. Roar! The roars of the dragons shook the surroundings. The imperial emperors who came from heaven looked down at the thousands of beings in the middle world with arrogance. It was as if they were looking at a group of ants. Their expressions were cold. Behind these emperors, there were countless kings and true spirits from the heavens. This was the heavens of the 9 heavens. Just the power of the heavens alone was enough to make the 3,000 realms tremble. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of waves could be heard from the northern sky. The sound even faintly covered the roars of the dragons in the heavens. Everyone looked towards the direction of the sound and saw torrential seawater surging from the crack in the northern sky. It was a sea of stars formed by countless stars. In that boundless sea of stars, many spirit turtles stepped on the sea and came over, stirring up huge waves. Numerous imperial monarchs stood on the enormous turtle shells that were like mountains. All of them wore black robes, and there were over 100 of them. The army of the dark heaven of the 9 heavens had arrived. Just the arrival of the army of the heavens and dark heaven was enough to make the thousands of living beings shudder. The difference was too great. It was not just in terms of strength. Just this terrifying aura had completely suppressed the middle world. Standing behind the Iraqi Takashi Emperor and the Blood Butterfly Emperor, the Heaven Wasteland Domain and Sword Domain seemed extremely small in front of the army of the heavens and dark heaven. Boom! At this moment, a huge tremor came from the starry sky of the middle world. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. It was earth-shattering. Under the gazes of countless people, an enormous and gloomy abyss suddenly split open in the vast starry sky. This abyss was filled with waves of violent and terrifying aura. Suddenly, from this abyss, an incomparably tall black shadow suddenly flew out. Many experts were shocked and subconsciously followed this black shadow and looked up. This black shadow stepped on both sides of the abyss and stood in the starry sky. Hiss! When everyone saw this black shadow clearly, they could not help but gasp. What kind of terrifying creature was this? This creature was actually born with 9 heads, 1,000 eyes, 990 hands, and 8 legs. The mouth of each head was spewing flames. Its body was actually taller than Mount Meru in the heaven realm. The stars in the sky could not even compare to a fingernail of this creature. This terrifying creature stood in the starry sky, its entire body burning with flames and emitting a violent aura as it looked up at the sky. Kill! 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 In the dark abyss, countless creatures followed this figure and swarmed out. They were densely packed like carps crossing the river. Some of these creatures were 1,000 feet tall, while others were 1,000 feet tall. Some were even more than 10,000 feet tall. And these creatures that were more than 10,000 feet tall all had 3 heads and 6 arms. This group of creatures that came from the starry abyss were all Shura. The army of the Shura path of the demon path had arrived. The terrifying creature with 9 heads and 1,000 eyes in the lead was one of the 4 commanders of the Shura race, Vimasitra. Roar! At this moment, another roar came from the abyss. It was even more terrifying than the sound of the dragons and the sound of the waves. The second commander of the Shura path had arrived in the middle world. Chapter 3178. Sura Chintua. Sura Chintua. More and more Sura Shura rushed out of the abyss and descended into the middle realm. They looked at the second Sura Shura commander as they shouted loudly. This Sura Shura commander called Sura Chintua was even more terrifying. His body was 4 times larger than Mount Meru. His shoulders were extremely broad, and there were 1,000 heads on them. They waved 2,000 large hands, making one's scalp tingle. Roar! The 1,000 heads on Sura Chintua's back looked up at the sky and roared in the direction of the heavenly courts. His voice was like thunder, and demonic flames surged into the sky. The sea of stars that surged from mystic heaven gradually calmed down under the roar of this Sura Shura commander. Another figure descended from the abyss. Paya! Paya! Many Sura Shura clansmen shouted when they saw this figure. The third of the 4 Sura Shura commanders, Paya. Paya looked the most similar to the Sura Shura. He had 3 heads and 6 arms. His 3 faces were greenish-black, and his body was covered in muscles that shone with a metallic luster. He held the sun and moon in his hands. His body was abnormally muscular, and his aura was valiant. Immediately after, the last Sura Shura commander descended. Rahu! Rahu! The Sura Shura clansmen shouted again. This Sura Rahu commander looked much smaller than the previous 3 commanders. He had a human body and a dragon tail. He only had 4 arms, but his entire body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Countless Sura Shura hornets swarmed out of the abyss. Under the lead of the 4 commanders, they faced off against the heavenly court's army that descended from the sky. Instantly, the terrifying pressure brought by the heavenly courts was shattered. The 4 Sura Shura commanders were all filled with fighting spirit. Their auras were terrifying. Even if they faced off against the heavenly court's inspector heavenly ambassadors, the outcome would probably be difficult to predict. The fear of the 3,000 realms towards the celestial tribute world had long been ingrained in their memories. Furthermore, they were facing the heavenly courts that backed the celestial tribute world. Only the Shura people from the Shura realm, who were brave and fierce, good at fighting, and had a natural hatred for the heavenly court, could confront them and not be at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. This group of Ashura clansmen had been lying dormant in Ashura for an entire era, all for today. In the distant starry sky, a white-browed old monk with a hunched back and a withered face slowly walked over. At first glance, he was still at the end of the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, he was already close by. A vast expanse of Shura people knelt down and kowtowed. Even the 4 commanders had to bow in front of the white-browed old monk with respectful expressions. "Greetings, my lord." Many Shura people shouted at the same time. The experts of the 3,000 realms were shocked. Could it be that this white-browed old monk was the legendary Demon Lord? An extremely strange feeling arose in the hearts of all the experts. The legendary Demon Lord ruled over billions of fierce and warlike Ashura clansmen, including the 4 commanders of Ashura clansmen. However, compared to the 4 commanders, this white-browed old monk looked too weak. He did not have the demeanor of a demon lord at all. If the Ashura clansmen had not knelt down and the 4 commanders had not bowed their heads, who would believe that such a dying old man would be the demon lord who had stirred up storms, commanded heaven and earth, spanned across many eras, and attacked the heavens several times? Such an old man could command billions of Ashura clansmen? When the group of heavenly court's imperial emperors had just descended into the middle realm, their expressions were still arrogant. They did not put the myriad races of the middle realm in their eyes at all. However, when the 4 commanders of Ashura clansmen rushed out of the abyss, the expressions of the heavenly court's imperial emperors changed. When they saw the white-browed old monk appear, the expressions of the heavenly court's imperial emperors became even more solemn and vigilant. "Demon Lord, how have you been?" A gentle voice came from the heavenly courts. In the crack in the heavens, the figure of a green-robed man appeared. He stepped on the void and slowly walked down as though there were stairs beneath his feet. The Lord of Heavens had arrived. At the same time, a black-robed man descended from the crack in the heavens. His expression was grim and his eyes were as deep as the sea as he stared at the white-browed old monk below. The Lord of Heavens had arrived. When the two lords of the heavenly courts descended, the momentum of heaven and earth reversed once again. Suddenly, a gigantic tombstone appeared beneath the white-browed old monk. There was not a single word on it. Hee hee. The white-browed old monk sat on the blank tombstone and suddenly laughed. Immediately after, under countless gazes, a large amount of dense pitch-black hair suddenly grew on the white-browed old monk's bald head. His white eyebrows fell off. An enormous life force suddenly burst forth from within his body. His face that was filled with wrinkles was no longer old. His eyes were no longer turbid. They were as clear as water and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. His back was no longer hunched and was as straight as a spear. Endless black gas coiled around the demon lord's body, condensing into a pitch-black armor. His aura skyrocketed. This was no longer the old man who had one foot in the grave. Right now, the black-armored man who sat on the tombstone with a cold expression and a murderous aura was the legendary demon lord who ruled over billions of Shura beings. It was only at this moment that the beings of the 3,000 worlds truly realized that the great battle between heaven and earth was about to erupt. Similar to the previous epochs, the battlefield of this battle was still in the middle world. However, there was something different from the past. In this generation, two thearchs were born in the middle world. Immediately after, the armies of White Sky and Yen Sky descended. The Lord of White Sky descended as well. Although the Yen Sky army was gathered and had a large number of people, their aura was much weaker compared to White Sky and Blue Sky. Not only was there no Lord of Yen Sky, there was no young Master Yen Sky as well. Even the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Yen Sky was killed by Wu Dao's true body. When the Yen Sky army descended, it was chaotic and they were like dragons without a leader. Another abyss tore open in the cosmos. Countless living beings rushed out from it. There were all sorts of races, humans, dragons, foxes, Protoss. It was extremely chaotic. The only similarity between those living beings was that their eyes were red and they had crazed expressions without any rationality, as though they wanted to tear everything around them apart. Fufufu. A series of strange sounds came from the mouths of those living beings. The gaze of Wu Dao's true body shifted as he saw a familiar figure among that group of living beings. It was the Peak Emperor Lord from Yen Sky who chased after him after he broke the Rakshasa Sind land back then. At that time, both of them were dragged into the Dream Realm by the evil Emperor. However, he passed the test of the evil Emperor and woke up from the Dream Realm. As for the Emperor Lord from Yen Sky, he was immersed in the Dream Realm and had fallen into the beast path, becoming one of those beasts that only knew how to bite. The little girl suddenly appeared. She came from the distant cosmos on a river of stars. The gaze of Wu Dao's true body landed on her. Initially, Xia was still that pale and frail little girl, exactly the same as what he saw in the dream realm. However, when he got closer, the little girl had already grown into a young girl of 17 or 18 years old. She was still frail and expressionless. One could vaguely see her childhood appearance on her face. Chapter 3179. When the young girl arrived in front of the red-eyed beasts, the beasts immediately stopped biting and looked at the young girl with a fawning expression. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that this seemingly harmless young girl was the evil emperor who ruled over billions of crazy beasts? The martial Dao body looked at the demon master and the evil emperor, deep in thought. The evil emperor and the fiend lord had changed quite a bit. The fiend lord was no longer old. The evil emperor had grown up as well. However, this state did not seem to be the evil emperor's normal state. Otherwise, there was no need for the two of them to turn into old and young people. In other words, something huge had happened to the two of them, causing one of them to look old and senile while the other looked like a child. The fiend lord had once revealed that they came from the major world. Perhaps the Fiend Lord and the Evil Emperor were severely injured in the major world and fell, resulting in their current state. The main reason why the Fiend Lord and the Evil Emperor wanted to conquer the heavens was to return to the major world. The injuries that the Fiend Lord and the Evil Emperor suffered could not be healed in the middle world. Looking at their states, it should be like the final radiance of the setting sun. They would not be able to hold on for long before they returned to their old and young appearances. Just as Wu Dao's main body was pondering, Min Tian in the northeast, Yu Tian in the northwest, Zhu Tian in the southwest, Yang Tian in the southeast and the Great Sky Army in the center had already descended into the middle world. The 8 masters of the heavenly courts had also descended. Boom! A third abyss split open in the starry skies. Countless winged Rakshasas and Yakshas flew out of the abyss with ferocious expressions and ferocious gazes, emitting a violent aura. The 10 Rakshasas that Wu Dao's main body had seen in the hungry ghost realm appeared one after another. Binding Rakshasas, holding a sutra in his left hand and a sword in his right. Separating Rakshasas, holding golden symbols with both hands. Shurji Rakshasas, holding flower cages. There were also black Rakshasas, beheaded Rakshasas, non-existent Rakshasas, seizing Rakshasas, Soa Rakshasas, and plain Rakshasas. The 10 Rakshasas were all peak imperial lords. The 9 Abyss Emperor was once the plain maiden Rakshasa of the 10 Rakshasas. Other than the 10 Rakshasas, there were also the 8 Yakshas. Baoxian Yaksha, Manxian Yaksha, Sanji Yaksha, Majestic Yaksha, Ingnian Yaksha, Daiman Yaksha, Herculean Yaksha, and Mayan Yaksha. The 8 Yakshas were all peak imperial emperors and had their own strengths. They were all extremely strong and ferocious. Behind the 10 Rakshasas and 8 Yakshas, a large amount of black fog surged from the end of the starry sky. In the boundless black fog, the figure of an old woman was faintly discernible. When the black fog came close, all of it entered the old woman's mouth. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old woman's face glowed, and she turned into a beautiful woman in a black robe, exuding a mature and charming aura. The Brahma ghost mother had arrived. At this point, the 8 lords of the celestial court had appeared. On the 6 path side, the master of the ghost path, the master of the ghost path, the master of the Ashura path, the master of the demon path, and the master of the beast path, the evil monarch had all arrived. Including Wu Dao himself and Dai Yu in the middle worlds, there were only 5 great monarchs in the Heaven Punisher's camp, which was still less than the 8 great monarchs in the Heaven Court. Hee hee. Brahma Ghost Mother's beautiful eyes glanced at Martial Dao True Body in Dai Yu. She suddenly smiled and said, "If the 2 of you had been merciful just now, maybe Fengdu could have taken the final step and killed the 3 corpses to prove their Dao. Then, our chances of victory would have increased." The Brahma Ghost Mother's words were polite, but she was still unhappy with Wu Dao and Dai Yu. However, she also knew that the Heaven Punisher's war was imminent and Fengdu was already dead. There was no need to become enemies with Wu Dao and Dai Yu because of this. Suddenly, Wu Dao and Dai Yu frowned at the same time, and their expressions turned cold. Shura's army rushed out of the abyss. Under the deterrence of the Fiend Lord and Evil Emperor, they were well disciplined and didn't act rashly. However, after the Rakshasa and Yaksha armies rushed out of the abyss and arrived in the middle worlds, they didn't stay idle. The eyes of the Yakshas shone with a bloodthirsty light. They moved and rushed towards the planets and realms where the living beings of the 10,000 races lived. They were full of killing intent. The Rakshasa and Yaksha races were naturally cruel and bloodthirsty. Moreover, in the past few eras of the Heaven Punisher's war, the first thing they faced when they arrived in the middle worlds was the 3,000 worlds that were forced to participate in the war under the temptation of the Heaven Court. Therefore, the Rakshasa and Yaksha races left the world of spirits and souls and arrived here, ready to kill. No one in the nearby planets and realms could stop the slaughter of the Rakshasa and Yaksha races. Not only Wu Dao and Dai Yu, but the Brahma Ghost Mother also noticed this scene. However, she ignored it and didn't intend to stop it. She was still talking to Wu Dao and Dai Yu. Dai Yu's expression was indifferent. She suddenly said, "You'd better control your people. If you can't control them, I'll help you. What did you say? The Brahma ghost mother raised her eyebrows and narrowed her eyes. She looked at Dai Yu with hostility and asked slowly, "Are you threatening me?" While Dai Yu was talking, Wu Dao's main body had been watching the devil master and guarding against him. Wu Dao's main body believed that the evil emperor wouldn't allow his beast army to kill the innocent. However, he didn't know what the devil master would do. The two of them had the same goal, which was to conquer the heaven court. The devil master wanted to rope him in or use him to conquer the heaven court. If he wanted to defeat the heaven court, he would need the devil master and the evil emperor's power. Because of this, the two of them could temporarily cooperate. However, the cooperation between the two of them wasn't strong. After all, their daos were different. The Brahma ghost mother didn't intend to stop the Rakshasa and Yiksha races. She just stared at Dai Yu and said faintly, "You'd better think carefully about who you're talking to." Dai Yu's tone just now made her furious. This blood butterfly of the middle realm had suppressed Fengdu in front of them. For the sake of the big picture, she could only endure it. However, this blood butterfly dared to talk to her like this? Even in the great thousand worlds, how many people dared to threaten her? Even if she recovered 1/10 of her peak strength, killing this blood butterfly would be as easy as crushing an ant. Boom! Seeing that the group of Rakshasa and Yiksha races were about to reach the nearby planet, Dai Yu didn't waste time talking nonsense with the Brahma ghost mother and directly attacked. "How dare you!" The Brahma ghost mother was stunned. She didn't expect that when the 8 lords of the heaven court had arrived and were about to conquer the heaven court, this blood butterfly monarch still wanted to attack her for a few ants on a planet. Boom! The two sides collided in mid-air and a loud explosion erupted. Chapter 3180. Among the 10 Rakshasa female emperors, the pure maiden Rakshasa was at the front. Among the 8 Yakshas, Mayan Yaksha had already descended on a planet. His eyes shone and sticky saliva flowed from the gaps between his sharp fangs. The cultivators and living beings on this planet were way too weak in his eyes. They were lambs waiting to be slaughtered and were his food. As for the Yiksha race, they loved to eat humans the most. Boom! Right then, a deafening bang sounded from above, causing Mayan Yaksha to shudder. Immediately after, a huge shadow shrouded over. The power was so strong that even before it struck Mayan Yaksha's body, his body could not withstand it and his bones creaked as though they were about to fall apart. What's that? Mayan Yaksha was shocked. Even if he supported a world, he might not be able to defend against that power. Mayan Yaksha did not have time to think. In fact, he did not even dare to look up as he channeled his bloodline and released his innate secret skill, escaping into the void and escaping from this place. Even if the battlefield was shattered, as a void Yaksha, he could escape into the void at any time and leave the battlefield. However, as soon as his figure entered the void, he felt a huge vibration. There was a loud rumble. Mayan Yaksha was jolted out of the void by a boundless power. His armor was shattered and his body was covered in wounds with a blood mist shrouding him. Just this impact alone had almost shattered him. At that moment, Mayan Yaksha finally saw what had jolted him out of the void. It was a tall and heavy stone door that was ancient and mysterious. A pitch-black vortex appeared in the middle of the door and burst forth with an unstoppable suction force that wanted to pull him in. Mayan Yaksha supported a world and circulated his bloodline to the maximum to resist with all his might. However, countless pale palms reached out from the dark vortex and dragged him into the ancient door. The endless abyss. Ah! Accompanied by a tragic cry, Mayan Yaksha was devoured by the gate of hell and vanished. At the same time, the gate of hell descended and killed the pure maiden Rakshasa on the other side. While Dai Yu and Brahma Ghost Mother were fighting, Wu Dao's true body made his move decisively. 2 doors descended and killed the 2 peak imperial emperors of the ghost world. The rest of the Rakshasa race and Yiksha race were shocked and their expressions changed drastically. Araki Takashi. Seeing this, the Brahma ghost mother was enraged. She screamed, and a large amount of black fog appeared behind her. However, Daiyu had reached the Middle Thousand Realm and perfected the Great Wasteland domain. Her Taoist seal had solidified. In the battlefield of the Middle Thousand Realm, even if Brahma Ghost Mother was furious, it would be difficult for her to gain the upper hand. Seeing this, the rest of the Rakshasa and Yaksha tribes did not dare to act recklessly. The Nirvana Ghost Mother was busy with the Blood Butterfly Great Empress, and the Demon Lord and Evil Monarch were standing on the side, clearly not intending to help. The only one left was the Araki Takashi Great Emperor, who could easily kill them. In their eyes, the tens of thousands of living beings in the middle world were like ants. However, in the eyes of the Araki Takashi Great Emperor, how could their lives not be ants? The 8 lords of the heavenly courts looked down at the scene below them. They exchanged glances with each other, and a smile appeared in their eyes. They were naturally happy to see this situation. It was best if the 2 great emperors of the middle world fought with the Demon Lord, Evil Monarch, and Brahma Ghost Mother. They could then sit back and reap the benefits. Demon Lord. Brahma Ghost Mother's face darkened. While fighting Daiyu, she shouted, "Are you going to stay out of this? Are you going to watch Araki Takashi kill my people?" Brahma Ghost Mother did not complain to the Evil Monarch at all. She knew that the Evil Monarch would not help her. The Demon Lord was expressionless. He said calmly, "Ghost Mother, stop. The big picture is more important." "What big picture?" Brahma Ghost Mother screamed. "What kind of status do we have? Even if we are in the middle world, it will not be their turn to ride on our heads. If we want to join forces to conquer the heavens, we have to show our sincerity. What's wrong with my hungry ghosts eating some human flesh? Is it worth it for them to fight?" The Demon Lord looked at Brahma Ghost Mother and said slowly, "He is already very sincere. If not, none of your hungry ghost leaders would be alive." Brahma Ghost Mother's heart trembled. She knew that the Demon Lord was right. She was entangled with Blood Butterfly Great Emperor and could not escape. If Araki Takashi wanted to start a massacre, the 10 Rakshasas and the 8 Yakshas would most likely die. The Demon Lord's tone became heavier. "Conquering the heavens is the most important thing. Do not complicate matters." Brahma Ghost Mother's mind turned. She gradually calmed down and retreated. Daiyu did not pursue. She knew when to stop. At least for now, they all had the same goal, the heavenly court. The battle between the 2 sides did not escalate due to the Demon Lord's intervention. Seeing this, a trace of disappointment flashed across the eyes of the 8 heavenly court lords. The great Sky Lord looked around and exuded boundless pressure. He said slowly, "Demons are wreaking havoc in the world. All living beings should join forces to kill them. Those who go against the heavens are the same as the demons." This sentence was not only for Wu Dao's main body and Daiyu, but also for the 3,000 worlds. The heavenly court was pressuring the 3,000 worlds. At the very least, they could not let the 3,000 worlds side with the 6 paths. In fact, the existence of the heavenly court was a huge deterrent to the 3,000 worlds. Firstly, the majority of cultivators could not tell whether it was the demons wreaking havoc in the world or the heavenly court's tyranny. Although the people of the 3,000 worlds were more willing to believe in the emperors of Old's choice and Great Emperor Araki Takashi and Great Emperor Blood Butterfly's words. However, in the face of the heavenly court's pressure, the majority of the worlds did not dare to express their opinions. Secondly, since ancient times, the heavenly court had always been the victor in the war of conquering the heavens. Moreover, it seemed that the heavenly court still had the absolute advantage in the number of great emperors. After the war of conquering the heavens ended, the heavenly court would start to settle the score. At this time, if they were to join forces with Great Emperor Araki Takashi and Great Emperor Blood Butterfly in the war of conquering the heavens, they would be the target of the heavenly court's revenge. Many worlds could not bear such consequences. But now, They were unable to help the heavenly court kill the demons and fight against Araki Takashi and Great Emperor Blood Butterfly, two middle-world great emperors. All the people of the 3,000 worlds saw clearly that the Lord of the Underworld buried the heavens and sacrificed all living beings. The heavenly court did not care about them and the demons did not care about them. Only Great Emperor Araki Takashi stepped forward bravely. He even risked his injured body to fight against the two great emperors, the White Sky Lord and the Lord of the Underworld. If it wasn't for that, the 3,000 worlds would have been covered in desolation a long time ago. The living beings in the 3,000 worlds were in a terrible situation, and countless living beings had been buried. Of course, the Heaven Wasteland Domain, the Sword Domain, the Dragon Domain, the Great Wasteland Domain, the Blood Ape Domain, and the Kunpeng Domain had already fought with the Heavenly Court. There was no way out. The Elder Ape, Emperor Kun of the North, the Frost Dragon Emperor, and the Lord of the Flower Domain were all ready to attack the heavens together. This was a difficult choice for them. If they won, they would naturally ascend to the greater 1,000 worlds. The world they were in would also welcome the greatest opportunity and stand tall in the 3,000 worlds. If they lost, everything would be over. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.